All right, for those of you who are finding the new one here, I should be talking a little bit because this one's actually working. Something changed. I broke a level in Google. They gave me extra tools, and I think the old code got broken from the new codes. So I just deleted it, started over, and we're here today. Okay. Yeah, that's why I started speaking. All right, for those of you who are finding the new, let me not go down the rabbit hole there. So give me just a second to get the guys from the other place over, because that did go live. It just will not accept my video input. And give me just one more second here of silence. Yeah, I hope you guys excuse the clumsiness of this. This is the first time doing this, and we tried to bring a lot of big stuff into this that hadn't been done before. Uh, so there's that. And then there's just the absolute overwhelming stuff that we've got to get done. So let me get to where I can see your chat. I can actually, hey, I can actually show you a screen now. That's got to be good. Okay, so do my little transcription stuff, things like that. All right, guys, I got to be, where is, okay. Well, the boot camp today is, I've got a whole bunch of stuff coming out on the the gaming interaction. You guys got to understand that the pay per play model really does promote the worst aspects in some people to buy the ability to beat on others. And the being anonymous behind a tag kind of expands on that. And the talks that we're doing now is actually literally making changes. I mean, people got to make money. You can't just turn around and say, "Oh my God, they charge me money to play a game." Well, that was you playing the game. They want to eat and sleep indoors. It's their job. So money has to be made. And so, but we're trying to change the way that the money engages the game so that the money is going towards competition and not going at separation and abuse of other people just for simple. So, but that's a different deal than what we're doing here. Today, what we're doing is I've gotten people who gave me farm accounts and things like that that they were quitting the game, and I looked in their bags and I went, oh my gosh, they had a good account, they just never applied it, and I felt bad about it because I do all the stuff that we do, the teaching, and the market is the people that don't know how to learn how. And for those that don't know the background on what we've done over at Rogers Raiders and GunMuse is literally I threw up a website one day so that I could show somebody something in more than 144 characters, and then it got out of control. So now it's turned into a legitimate business. Not only do we support our own selves over there, we're doing the cleanup of our old stuff, but I'm supporting other people who vlog and teach video content. Uh, I we were just going over the stats. I'm little over 800,000 people last month with all the stuff that I got going on, just in viewers and readers and things like that. It's a huge number, and there's potential to do other games this way. So this is where we're going to start here, and this is one of these things of teaching people to teach other people, because it can't be, the desire right now is to get hold of me and have me troubleshoot your account. That's not going to work. I'd have to charge for my time. And there may be a niche market out there for people that are so good at logging into your account just to tune them that we may wind up adding that to the website later. It's like, these are registered tuners. They know how to tune your account. Yeah. Yeah, we're 6 months to a year out on some changes, but you can see the blood event. The blood event was an idea that I put forth a while back before January. So that's how long it took that to get into the works. And I'm not a developer. I just sent a pitch in and said, look, you're blowing people up with this. And so you can go into the event and you can buy advantage in the event. But, you are what you are, bring there. Some of that's going to have to change long term too. They're trying not to throw the baby out with the bathwater on some of this stuff. This last event with the WWE was such a disaster for unbalancing the game. There is going to be ripples for 3 months in this. This is bad. Well, that's what we're going to teach you today there, Larry, is so let's start with, let's get a couple questions in there. Where are you having problems? And that's too broad of a question. Let's start with your castle size. I'm really intending this for these guys who hadn't even hit C26 yet, and they're playing every day. Because if you've been playing for 3 months and you're not C26, there's a problem. And that problem might be somebody's been beating you down on RSS, but also it might be that they've been beating you down so much you're not paying attention no more. So we got to figure that out. Guard weapons. Okay, that gives me someplace to start. So, what account do I want to pull up here? Well, we'll just go right into mine. All right, so with the WWE event, I put guard weapons on my second tier of things to buy. Because I went in there, and I'm at war right now, so I probably shouldn't be hanging out in my building gear, and put all my light gems and stuff on. All right, so what you need to know about stats is that they are matrixed like a square grid sheet. Okay, you can do all infantry or you can do all attack. Well, you can do all attack on one set and all infantry on another, and you get a really high infantry attack number for whatever reason. People like to see that high because it's the first one up on the list. Okay. Now, what we know about stats from a year ago to what we know about stats today, they're not the same thing. I was a monster on my C30 with 400 top line stats just 7 months ago. You wouldn't even compete as a C26 this way today. So the top row line, of course, now these stats are troops and then like infantry. All right, so when we build one of these units, we're going to get all our infantry built up. Whereas if we go over to gyms, we're going to do the defense on all three types of troops, right? So that's what I'm saying. You can stack gyms over here and guards over here and get a really, really high attack number and get that really big fat number over on the wolf. If those of you who saw my C26 come from dead zero for a month to top 10 on the wolf event, that's how I do that. Because defense and health don't matter on that event. So I can just shuffle all the stats around. And it doesn't cost you anything to do that. So if you want to try and get a better number on there and brag and do that stuff and just kind of hammer a point home, that there's lots here to be tuning with. So if we're talking about people that need to be in towers, what do they need? They need lots of health and defense. So you would go in here and start shuffling up. And we know we're going to be stacking infantry, so we would make sure that, let's say, remove this. And we're going to dismantle this. All right. So let's say I was sitting here. Remove. Dismantle. All right. Let's say I was sitting here and I'm going to be a tower leader this weekend, so I need to shuffle my stats around. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to shuffle my stats for tower leader. Wait a minute, which one was that? That's my distance. I'm leaving my distance actually. So my two key stats. Troop stats always most important. All right. Troop stats go down the line. They add to every troop type. Health, attack, defense. So it's not plus 10% to your stats. It's plus 60 when the game rolls the math. So now I know infantry is good for the defense. Once you're getting in the tower, we want lots of cavalry and riflemen. Once we're there, we want lots of defense. Your 2, 4, 6, 8 tiers, 10 tiers. And then believe it or not, if you're really getting crazy, but you don't have room for that. I mean, in castle math defense, we'll roll like 500,000 T1 distance. It will screw some big guy's world up. Those lower tiers are not useless. But while you're building a layered system, we'll get into that later, you don't want to be vulnerable, because while you're building those small layers. All right, so like I said, I'm on a war footing with alliances in the kingdom, with one alliance in the kingdom. Same trolls we've had problems with everywhere. But we got ours bound down to one roll troll alliance. So now I'm running my top troop stats, my infantry stats, and my distance. Okay, because distance is always going to be one of my most heavy stats in there. T9 distance is very, very powerful, and you want to support it in any way you can. For now, things are subject to change. So let me look back through here. Well, when you're talking about every kingdom going through the same rough learning curve, how come no one's learned from it? You bring the same thing to the table every time, you're going to eat the same dinner. That's just, just is what it is. And we're trying to get that. Make sure you click on Esquay's icon there in the chat, guys, and subscribe to him as well. He puts out a lot more how-to videos than I do. That's one of the reasons I started promoting it from the website. It wasn't about me. It was about making sure you have a place to learn. He's got a lot more videos out there, and he needs the view time. You guys got to watch past 2 minutes, really. You hurt us when you do that. You let them little trolls who show you, the train wrecks win the videos out. Yeah. This will be on playback later. All right. So that's guard weapon. And see, and I showed you on the guard weapons there. Don't be afraid to disassemble them. And then, I don't have all my stuff set up. They did some. So you got to remember. See what I didn't remember there. Go over there and move them around so that I got guard weapons on everything, right? I had them double stacked over here. I didn't look down. So that's what we talk about. Check your stuff. The video production of this. Oh, I have absolutely gone off on that Kingdom loudspeaker to people who work at the Fun Plus place. There ain't nothing about that loudspeaker that's ever been productive. Not one thing. Now we can't say to do that. You can't tell people to click on ads. That's a no-no. That'll get you violated. It doesn't help. I fixed that math. There's an article on the website. And what I'm talking about is the dropping of the power, drop the gear, all that stuff. We went to a straight, your power being what your power is, and disregarding your troop count as artificial power. And the reason being was there were 3,000 stat C40s, 5 of them in one kingdom, that literally didn't even have march. It had but one march. They only needed the one march. They had enough speed ups and stuff. If they accidentally lost a march, they could coin it back up quickly. So they were running 270, 300 million power, and could zero a tower with 1 million people in it, where our stats and K362 were not slouches. It's even up the roll math. Now, see, I'll show you, since you're talking about that. Where is it? Events. Now, I thought we were going to get lucky to get third in our UAC this time. Every kingdom had 3 big C40s, and I mean big ones, and 35s as far as the eye can see, and we don't have that. But I got a bunch of little bumblebees that just beat the hell out of everybody. And we went from second to last to first in a matter of 6 hours, just because we didn't quit. And that gets into the participation portion of it. You can't look at the days, weeks, and months where it's not going well and say, oh, we all have, and everybody quit. Doesn't happen that way. I got a C40 in my alliance right now that was a C30 just, a month and a half ago. So he just decided he liked the strategy portion of the game once he started playing with us, and literally coined in like 2 weeks, just having swapped alliances to us. And then he coined because he goes, okay, I like this now. So don't think you're not responsible if you're not getting people to grow. It's just people aren't going to tell you how much money they got. So quit asking. It's none of your business. Be respectful of that money too. Somebody goes out there and spends, $8,000 to build something that you can hide behind. Don't just hide behind it. Build underneath it. Support it. Make sure you got a network. It's 2 million food to build some T11s, T12s. That ain't happening by stealing from a C20. He ain't got 2 million food. Yeah, well, you got to remember egos. That they think it works. There's ego to it, and that's everybody's got one, but your ego is not your amigo. The the and then everybody thinks you got an ego if you say something with a matter of fact tone of voice or text. It's like, oh, you're just, I'm like, at some point, guys, you're just arguing to try to be right. And if you can't throw a fact back to support it, give up, learn, become a better person tomorrow so that you know how to tell the next guy, and then you're the guy with the information. And that's what this is about, is making sure you're the guys with the information to help somebody else. So, you see, we're the youngest kingdom here. Oh. In that list. So that's something you got to be, we're always the youngest kingdom in our UAC list. I don't think I've ever fought anybody younger than 362, ever. So it's something to be leery of. So they do that the bag cleanings of every 3-4 months, and be highly disappointed. You're gonna get 2,000 wood for everything. Yeah. If you ever see me make a comment that says I'm waiting for my 2,000 wood order, I'm waiting for a bag cleanup. You gotta understand the model of these games is outdated. They want to sell you everything. I forget how long the delay is on the chat. All right, let's get into some actual stuff, guys. I know there are people out there that have been going to every event and they're still not growing. I had them in my own alliance that where we just too much stuff going on. I wasn't paying attention to all the little guys. And what I really wasn't doing as an alliance leader was I wasn't paying attention to the R4s weren't paying attention. So some of this gets down into where we're going to go in the future here is R5 training so that the R5s can plan, be a manager, and the R4s take care of all the daily stuff. And this gets down into KVK planning. And Blood Wars has screwed up the method we put forth for our KVK planning in our kingdom. We used to have all the alliance leaders and anybody that was going to be a tower leader move over to the KVK alliance on Wednesday. And then we went over all their gear, all their checks, and they stayed in that spec the entire time. Then as their teams came in, they checked their teams and they had their own gear set up as a reference to check from. Things like Airship, stars, guard cards. Just every single little thing. And then that's just a gear check. So when it comes to actual planning the KVK, everybody's got the same plan. Stack everybody in the tower as fast as you can. Gold rush in there. Well, they have a thing called tax season because you got to have people gathering and stuff in your kingdom to get taxes to run the throne. And K410 just experienced one of those tax seasons. So when another kingdom comes in and just runs roughshod over you, that was their solution to making sure they had coins in the other kingdom. And they're older and they're better and they're more special than you are. They literally don't care how many people quit the game because they said, I'm not spending 12 grand to compete against that. S&D Avenger, I did just go over that. We just got matched with 6 kingdoms that doubled our power. It is not about power. It is about activity. UAC is getting in a tower and plundering treasure. You have to, the amount of treasure you gather divided by 5,000 is your points per minute. Okay? So the more treasure you can hold on to in your towers, when you got guys guarding your towers, even though they're earning personal reward points, they are not adding to your points per minute. And that's how you win a UAC, is points per minute. I'll put that back up. All right. So you see here, 212, 59. I mean, these guys were monsters. Okay. Almost everybody had 3 C40s. Tons of 30, but the 36s and 37s that slow played the game from these old kingdoms, way more dangerous than the quick paper C40s were. My C32, I think there were 3 of the 12 C40s we faced that I couldn't beat. But that's knowing how the stats work in the tower too. You know, if you know that they are outstanding you 200-300, then you let them build up treasure and you beat them down while you got the buff. So if they've got more treasure in their tower, you know, they're red, and you come in there, you're getting an extra 200 points on your stats. So I can run in there with 27, 2800s instead of my normal 26s. They don't get that buff. I do. So it flips the script. I take the tower. I hold the tower. The secret at that point is get your team in underneath you where they can't kick you out. Drain that thing down. Now they're going to try and go in out there and take one of your towers. Now your goal there is to make sure they don't get more than one. Keep them corralled into one tower if you can. And then if you want to be the team that gets the most the fastest, have multiple teams and multiple kingdoms and multiple towers. It's a team play game. Set up little core teams. You got somebody that does all the heavy lifting, the guy that can break the stats. And then everybody runs in there and drains that thing down and moves to the next big fat tower. And then once you got all that treasure, go home, everybody defends it. And then when everybody's defending that treasure at home with all your big stats that you got, your points per minute stay high for a long time. And that's how we went from second from last to first against all those players. We just outlasted them. So that's the strategy that I deploy. But you've got to have the players in time zones and teams to make that happen. And if you're not getting it, start joining up with other alliances. It's a good idea, quite frankly, to use UAC as a KVK practice. Everybody that wants to show up to KVK and hoo-ah for the crown, if they can't join one alliance, you don't have to show up until Friday. Have an alliance that hosts it, that can get in the UAC, and then all your tower team leaders get in there and manage tower team moves. That way you learn to communicate multiple kingdoms, multiple towers, and start saying things like K59 Strategy Center. Instead of just saying Strategy Center, but you translate the KVK and you say K59 North Tower. K362 South Tower. You've got to clearly communicate, and everybody shortens the verbiage up, and then there's confusion on top of the fact that a lot of people don't know what's going on. But you're not taking advantage of the events to teach them. Blood Wars is a good learning opportunity. UAC is a good learning opportunity. Yeah, there are no loss events. Try stuff. You know, find out what a mega rally against a C40 is going to look at, and you get to have all your troops back in an hour. It's a wonderful thing. You know where you stand, and then you can start working on what you need. Okay, the beating the bigger stats, guys. You pepper them. You just beat on them. That's what Spinebreaker does. Spinebreaker reduces the gold cost of healing by giving you the maximum amount of penetration when you are on the losing end of the fight and you know it. So Spinebreaker is really, it helps in KVK real loss events because it keeps the losses down, but it really does help. It's optimized to keep your cost down to win events. And so if you've got to break one tower, just beat. But I'll tell you what, you're talking about a tower full of 2,500 stats. Did you burn all the little castles around him that have 300,000 troops to support him? Don't forget those guys. If you burn them out one by one, take the time to do that, then you're only dealing with that one guy with 2,500 stats. And he doesn't have 1,000,000 troops in that tower anymore. He's got him and his one march. And Spinebreaker can beat that. Yeah, you got to have the balance. Yeah, Sean, the your 10 line setup, we'd mow over you. You wouldn't stand a chance. I could put you at the bottom of the list anytime I wanted to. Wouldn't even slow us down. Yeah, you've got to get those younger. You need to think about bringing people in that you want to help you play. Remember, a C25, a C26 scores points just as fast as you do. They plunder just as fast as you do. You've got all those resources to build teams with. You just don't have the teams. You got one big team, which means you're limited to one kingdom at a time. We'd mow you down. Yeah, some of you know I got a room where we've got 50, 60 guys from all over, and I tend to invite the UAC leaders, and my primary number one thing we tell everybody, there's no deals allowed in that room. I don't allow it. I will kick you. I've kicked guys in my own kingdom out of that room because they were hinting at deals. So it's I, I'm a true believer in it's what you bring to the game, and if you know, wheeling and dealing is not winning. Not at the. I mean, it's not a level playing field at that point. And there's really nothing in it for the other guy when you figure it out, because it's anonymous and through the things. Every time I've seen deals like this take place in KVKs or things like that, they just absolutely lie and fall apart. 99 times out of 100, it's yeah, you go over there and kill that guy for us. We'll be over there in a minute. Yeah, lose your troops, not our troops. That's always the deal. And for some reason, the guys losing their troops often think it's a good deal because and if you've had that thought and you think it's a good deal, then you have reached the point where we're going to say, you know you can't win this battle, pull your kingdom back, save the troops, work on your problems. It's okay to say no. And it's okay to say no and grow. Oh, I'm on codeine right now to stop the coughing. The The but I'd been coughing for 3 weeks straight, and there's like nothing left of my voice. Well, ads for the game and gameplay are never the same for any game. Look, we get games like Iron Throne that throw pitches at us to take on their projects. I got another one. I can't remember. It's on the website actually. The Chaos something or another that wanted to solicit us. But inside the Guns of Glory and the KOA platform is a top flight strategy game. The problem is it's being sold as a pay for play game. And guys, if you've noticed the way the stores and stuff are interacting, it has become pay or play. You can get these things. Everything you're seeing on my account right now, all this was free. That's $2,500 right there. And everybody knows that got out on the RG camp thing. And if you want to know where that started, about 4 months ago, when I set up the tutorials for the guys for getting through the starter quest for C1 through C10s, a video 99% of you never saw, that hack on how to get your stamina back was in that video, so that you could get your 100 healed real quick. You could just go at a mob that was too big to you, and you get all your stamina back, knock it out, and get all the starter quests done in just a few hours. It's part of my building farm accounts as well. It's how I build farm so fast. You got to get through all those starter quests. So, and then you've got to learn to take a 3-month approach to your account. Like, was it 2 months ago that they were giving out Airship parts? Well, then we stalled, right? So it's coming. It'll come back around. I'm not in any hurry. I'm not trying to be the best player in GOG. I'm trying to play the best I can with what I got. And I'm trying to get as much as I can with what I got. Doesn't mean I don't coin. I do. But I got very, very strict budgets. And I probably coin more for the videos on farms than I actually do on my main account. Teamwork and persistence is key. Everybody thought I was crazy when I built the Rogers Raiders platform in 362. I promise you that. I had 4 supporters, and it just, but they followed the system that I was putting in place. Where the system failed, we tweaked the system. So you're going to run into that resistance as well. The guys who already know, they can't learn anything new. They already know everything. Well, like I said, if you know you've got issues, fix them. I did not. See, this is one of these things where me and Esquay tried. I went over the 2,000 sub numbers, and they opened up features in here, and it changed codes, and all this nice stuff I had set up just didn't work. That's why I had to cancel it all and start just hit the live button. Not what I wanted to do. Okay, so Airship setup. Where did we see? What was the question on Airship setup? Okay, let's start with Night Siege and Underworld. Who cares? Underworld is a wolf event, just so you know. It's a beast hit. We don't even do full airship setups anymore because we kind of one hit the max boss on Underworld. The I think I probably deleted that report, but I got a video up there on the Underworld where I did the setup, and I was trying to prove out rally cap math, and so I showed everybody live what I was testing, and I did like 1.3 million on our Underworld boss, just me solo. So, and one other guy. So, and that other guy is our other big hitter. So he took a lot of damage. I probably could have got to the 2 million by myself if it let me. And I'm not that big. I'm not maxed out. Getting your airship to 61 is key. Okay, and then once you start going above 61, that's where the little damage numbers come in. But if you're not doing all the other stuff to support it, the formations and things like that, you just threw money at your airship. There's no sense going past 61 if you don't know everything there is to know about setting up an account. So these guys that jump into a kingdom brand new fresh, they go out and they spend $1,000 on an airship, knowing it's going to give them artificial damage numbers to stay ahead of everybody for a little while. It is what it is. It's artificial. I'll just sit back there and coin and do no coining and catch up to you in 4 weeks. I not sure that that's going to work like you think it's going to. The results from that inter-kingdom KE are going to be analyzed. And they are thinking merger talk, but it's not going to work like the rumor that's coming out of the Discord session is talking about either. That little Discord developer area, that's bogus. They tried to get me to huck fin articles for them out there painting their fence. Isn't it fun to paint the fence? We're going to put a store next to your articles. And then that's when they put that new store tab in up at the left. That's when I told them I wasn't writing content in game. And they threw me out of there because I refused to write content that they were getting paid for. Yeah. I don't think we need mergers. I think we need a recruiting system. I think we can revitalize the kingdoms, and that's kind of what I'm pushing top down. I have people on LinkedIn that I talk to in China. And so instead of going bottom up, which is what most people do, I go top down. So now what I've done unique for airship setup for Blood Wars is because you got two things going on. So we're looking at my airship. All right, and we're looking at our lovely shout system that can interrupt anything anytime it wants. Like, I need to know when somebody wins the just mass jackpot. Does that make me want to run over there really, really, really quick and click go? That is the casino game thinking that's embedded itself in this game that doesn't go away. So you got to recognize where they're coming from with their thought process and just try to put it out of your mind. It's just insane. But I make sure that I have 20s on my beast tab. And at this point, I don't even max out or change stars to hit the wolf anymore. And I stay in the top 10. unless I hit them 10 times in my building gear, which I did Friday. I was number 16 hitting him 10 times in my building gear on Friday. So when I tell you about the wolf, it's formation. Formation, formation, formation. Yes, I do use my own formations. Now I tweak them in the middle sometimes. I'm always playing with them, but they are what they are. But you see, like, I got 3 stars on this stuff, and none of this stuff matters. The attack one matters. The distance and the cav attack. Those are the only 2 stats that matter on the airship for any beast of any kind. So the reason I do this is for Blood Wars, you've got those vampires that pop up. Now, we didn't know the thinking behind those, because you don't get a stats report that tells me that I'm on my beast tab or my attack tab, because they're not giving me stat reports when I hit them. So, but having done the new event that we just did where we set down those things inside of our kingdom, I know that it was actually on the player versus player tab and not the beast tab. So, but you still need the beast tab to kill all those critters running around in there. So it's good to have both tabs fully active. If you're, that's one of the places I coin is I like to have the Merc airships for events. $100 port for a new kingdom. Why? That's a money grab. Why would one guy move to a new kingdom? I get it. I mean, that's a way to take the 10 guys and shut it down, but then you just actually sold off the kingdom. Tomes. Which tomes? Go strong. What tomes are you talking about? The war tomes. Oh. Okay. Probably the most confusing area, and it was for me too. Guys, I built calculators going back to September of last year. So when war talents come out, instantly I was overwhelmed. Where I could turn around and push a C-35 around any day of the week with my C-30, I couldn't touch these guys anymore. And everybody's like, oh, the T-11s are so powerful. It wasn't the T-11s that were so powerful. It was these tomes here that are so powerful. So let me explain what we're looking at in these things. So you see right here, I got T-10s, right? And I've got nothing on my T-10s. Because let's look what it does. Increases my health 1.5%. So 5 very expensive tones is going to get me 8% on my infantry health on my T-10s. If 8% is the difference in that battle, I was screwed anyway. All right, so not touching it. It's not a good buy. All right, we're bargain shopping here. Okay, now normally I would tell you to come over here and put them on your T9 infantry. Go ahead and put 5 of them there. That's a great place to put them if you're a tower leader, defense team leader, or playing you're defending towers a lot. That is a good defensive. And the reason why, reduces damage received when they are attacked. So as long as you got a T9 in your formation, and you better, then the damage coming in is reduced. So stack that one up. That means your infantry lives, right? That infantry living is not as important as what that infantry protects. So you got to look at interaction stuff. So we go over to my barracks. Go train. Go down here, look at T9s. Increased defense against cavalry. So what are my T9s going to start killing that they can take more damage? They're going to be killing cavalry. What's cavalry kill? Cavalry kills my infantry. So this is a huge lopsided shift to how much infantry I'm killing and how much cavalry I'm killing with that infantry at the same time in order to have my infantry survive. Because your infantry's got to survive for the rest of it to survive. So you get more rolls in that internal calculator that takes place. All right, so we're not talking about one thing here. We're talking about multiple layers. This is a game of rock, paper, scissors between 3 balances of subclasses that is rolled 212 times and then called 1 hit. So there's 212 math calculations that take place here. And that's why you guys come to the website for the calculator is you don't want to do that. Let him do that crap. So go back to our library war. And then we look at this little custom setup that I got going down here. And you see right down here, I have actually my level 5 riflemen stacked up. I found 10% more killing capability by putting tomes there. Because they do the same thing at 5 that it does at 9. Alright? I'm getting 15% extra damage on my tier 5s and my tier 9s riflemen now. Now, when I stacked up just the tier 9s, let's say I took it out of the... I would normally be in this tier 9, and then if I would probably steal the 5 tomes right now to put it in the infantry if I'm doing tower duty that day. So that's the choice I got to make. What is the job I'm doing that day? If I'm on sniper duty and I got to go kill people, I'll move it back down to those riflemen. Because that 1,000 gold to move those tomes around is nothing compared to what it would cost me to heal the troops that are going to die if I don't do it. So we look at our cavalry. I'm going to show you here because people like to stack the big one. All right. Storm riders will crush your enemies under their iron hooves. Well, there's the sales pitch. You know, that's like the salesman standing in front of the dent when he's selling you the car. Okay, when attacking storm riders will deal extra damage worth 2.5% of 200% of your health minus the enemy's health. So let's say you have 2,000 health on your cavalry and your enemy has 2,001. These tomes do nothing. You get 0 damage out of them. Because the subtraction math first killed you. So these stats are literally designed as a gift to the heavy coiners who went out there and just said, oh, I'm going to buy all of them and I'm going to go up. But if they were so overwhelmed with stats anyway, they were going to overpower us anyhow. But now it's clean kills and low cost. And the reason being is the cost to rebuild T11s and T12s and food and stuff is insane. And the guys who spent 15, 20 grand building the castle don't want to keep spending $1,000 a month maintaining it for a bunch of freeloaders to hide underneath them. So if you keep thinking with that mentality of freeloading underneath the big guy, eventually your big guy's going to quit. Or he's going to be busy a lot of Saturdays. I won't say quit. He's just going to find other things he could be doing with his money. Because the gratitude level is, you want to see these guys stick to you every time. Man, minute KVK's over, tell them where the farm that they can hit 400 million food is off of right now. You guys got to set up places where you're farming up 400 or 500 million food and have them ready to go for these guys that took all that damage. They still have to buy the speed ups. They still got to buy the stuff, but they shouldn't have to spend all that money to replace the stuff that you're hiding under and go buy RSS when the entire kingdom is capable of doing it. And you've got all these social alliances that don't want to be involved in a lot of stuff. Get them involved in being your farms. Everybody turns around and uses that Farmville. Oh, they just want to play Farmville. Thank God. Would you mind contributing to the kingdom's effort so that you have buffs to grow your farms? That's how you're helpful. It's, think of them as block corporations or communities. Each one's got their own separate job. If they want to sit over there and talk about the weather all day or whatever they want to do in their AC chat and not bother anybody, but they want to spend 20 hours on day clicking RSS mining, give them a goal. We need 200 million. Here's a dead account that's got no troops, won't eat any of the food. We all know to leave that thing alone. You guys just transfer food to it for us, and then we'll come get it. All right? And we do that within our alliance, and then I've got an entire farm that we do that with, to where I see people do good gameplay at a KVK. I've rewarded them with C30s, where over a course of 2 games, they just been outstanding. They've been there. They sat in the towers for 22 hours. Boom. So come over here, sit down. You just earned yourself a C30. That's something GOG can't do, but you can do, and that builds your community up. You have the capability to do it. You're just not implementing it. You got to want to do it. Right? Oh, King Bolton's just freaking... Yeah, that's going to be the problem with buying the stuff. And then for somebody like me, I have trolls. Troll's the wrong word. I got people who stalk. Literally, when the Kingdom chat and the other chat in 3.12 was getting so bad because they just ran their mouths, I said, you know what? From a business aspect, this is silly. I switched to 3.6.2 for business reasons. I just didn't want to see the garbage that was going on in our Kingdom chat. And they followed me and then set up plans to destroy everything that we're trying to build here. All this tips and advice and stuff, they do everything they can to try and undermine it. And no one can figure out why. So yeah, there's a real world predator problem. And then we've seen threats go offline. And I promise you guys, I got contacts. You get in my realm and start threatening people, I can reach out and touch you. You are not invisible to me. I hate to say it that way, but there's no sense in threatening somebody because they disagree with you online on how to play the game. No. Go strong. I hear what you're saying, and well, I'm not going to say you're wrong, because I just come up with that strategy during UAC and tested it, and know that changing the war talents got me an improvement. And you're right. That's what the Guru calculator that you can download will do. Input the numbers the way I got them, and then go in there and just change the percentages just a little bit, and you'll be amazed what a 0.5% here or there will do. And then the whole point of the Guru calculator is not to call me the Guru. It's so that you have the tool to be that Guru. If you find a mix that you like, that you want your alliance to run, or we just had the KVK, and the guy goes, your guys' tower mixes are awesome. And that's because not everybody's running the same formula. It's not cut and paper. The one you see on the website's a good middle-of-the-road formula. Having some guys that are in we know where their stats are going to fall, stack a lot more T2s, 4s, 6s, and 8s in their march, can stop a rally dead cold. Thanks, Domo. One of the ideas that I would like to introduce is bringing back the Dark Forest as intended. You should be able to port to any kingdom's Dark Forest, and anybody can hit you at any time during any event. The Dark Forest used to be open playground. You can't go run around the kingdom willy-nilly, but if two bigs want to run their mouths, they can go meet neutral territory and fight it out in the Dark Forest somewhere. The it's fun. I mean, it adds that stalking and killing capability that some people are looking for. Uh, on the merger issue thing, I have been advocating against it because I ran one of the biggest World of Warcraft alliances out there. We ran 3 raids a day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. The and it was setting up rules on community that allowed us to do that. I don't let people trash talk in my AC. Why? Because sometimes mom and dad let the kids go out and gather resources. Same thing in the game. I don't in my AC. It's not allowed. Sometimes I got moms in here that hand their phones to their kids and let them go out and click on tiles. They don't need to know what the next blue waffle incident is. It's the people use the word freedom of speech a lot, but it's the freedom to do what's right, not to say what you want. You gotta know where your lines are. You're not there to teach bad behavior to other people, or think that your behavior is the only one that matters. There's been a decline socially in education on that, to where if you go open a door for a woman and she starts cussing you out, I've had this happen. So I don't need you to open the door for me. I don't need your mouth. Can't you just walk through the open hole? I mean, how am I supposed to know you're disrespected by my manners? I can't read your brain or your thoughts, but my manners are my manners. But apparently you have none to just say thank you and walk through the door. You have to be insulted by the action, and and vocal about it. And we see this coming out. Man, you've got to know when to say no, Rex. That's all it is. You see me taking action on something, I promise you, I've already tried the talking points. And when I hit headlong into these people that all they want to do is be on the opposite side of the conversation, they don't even care what the conversation's about, I ain't got time for that. I'm trying to get something done. And usually the best tactic I found, and Kingdom 410 will realize this, is I'll throw up a mirror. I'll start acting like you. And oh my God, the vile things that get called me when I start acting just the way you're acting. Saying the same things you are. Being rude. Reflecting everything back. And then it just spirals into nothing and nothing gets accomplished. And the point was, do you see why nothing got accomplished? And then I'll go silent again and do that. When the 362 incident kicked off, we tried for months and months and months to get them to stop killing off people in KE. We'd have these 20-hour KVKs. People would fall asleep. We'd have to kick them out of the alliance. So they're unbubbled. And then we had 4 of these predators that came from another kingdom to destroy what we were building on our KVKs, who would go around and take advantage when KE started and kill these people who were defenseless. And it takes 3 weeks to rebuild your troops. You only got 2. So we spread out damage so that people can be involved in every KVK. And usually we got about 150 people waiting to get into the alliances. So when we finally just had enough, they broke an agreement with another alliance and said, that's it. We're done talking. And we literally just put our foot down on them. They ran their mouths like you can't do nothing. We stepped on them and didn't say a word. Didn't tell them what we want. Just didn't say a word. And they spent 5 days in KC trashing me and everything else. the that alliance is destroyed. And now I've got 5 alliances that are out there trying to pick up the members and put them back together. And guys who need RSS and stuff to get their troops built back up, I'm going to give it to them. It wasn't to hurt the people there, but your leadership's your leadership. And we play with team jerseys on. And if your leader's lying to you about why he's doing something or the intended consequences of what he's doing, then at some point it's got to get physical. There is war to war game. And that's where it brought up the discussion of what is war. Because what's the first thing somebody yells? Tile hitter. Well, you might as well be using the N word in this game if you yell tile hitter. But once war is broken out, there are no rules. Everybody dies. I'm going to keep you at 0. I'm going to hit your tiles. I'm going to hit everything. You wanted to play by rules, then we discuss rules and we play by them. But the minute I have to declare war on you, you are not going to survive this war. Or I'm not going to. One of the two. Somebody's got to give. Because at that point, we're really not trying to break the people. We're trying to break an ego. Either his or mine. Do I think I got enough to knock him out, or does he? So it's not the route I want to go down. I prefer the passive method of, here's what I want from you. If you don't understand it, ask me. I'll try to shoot a video and write an article on it. And I don't write enough articles. The articles are key to this stuff, and I just don't write enough of them. But we are starting to get some more tools built into there. Oh, KVKs in Dark Forest. Yeah, you used to be able to plunder people. For about 4 squares out of anybody that parked within 4 squares, I think it was, of the Dark Forest, you could plunder them. That gets into what I call the 2-fix problem. They were trying to fix something. They put a patch in. It fixed it. But somebody else had an idea, and they went with that too. And it made the problem worse. And I swear to God, every platform I ever seen that does a 2-fix problem makes the problem worse because of the second fix. Every time. Yeah, we had lots of guys that are in old kingdoms that didn't have their 35s yet, that implemented that Spinebreaker 2 before you guys saw it, and rolled it out in Blood Wars, and were just destroying towers with it. The point is to keep your, you got to realize the point is to keep your gold cost down. You want that stuff. And then you've got to plan ahead on your accounts. You got to be thinking 3-month cycles. So you guys should have learned something from this WWE event. One of the things you should have learned about that is stockpile speed-ups. Don't use them every time you got them. I like to keep about 2,000 in my bag all the time of troop trainers. And quite frankly, with this event, I think I'm going to bump that number to 3,000. To where I don't go below that number just in case they spring an event on us. Because from a business standpoint, I try to be as surprised about the event as you are. I get a hint about what the events are going to be like, but I don't know, and I don't want to. Because me fumbling around helps me learn. Man, I thought we'd get like 12 views. 37, 38 is freaking amazing, actually. The live events are always terrible. YouTube's not designed to be live. If I was on Twitch, it'd be like 10,000. Dude, block them on their chat first. Seriously. The only reason they act the way they do is because somebody verbally responds to them. You start by just not communicating with that person at all from anybody. If all that guy can do is go around the kingdom and hit people because nobody will talk to him, it's not entertainment no more for him. You really do deny him what he wants, and that is the gloat. The the bullies in like UAC. I use them to my best advantage. Look, I got one guy that hit me 13 times to zero my account in UAC yesterday. That's it's a no loss event. Can't call them bullies. You build up 4 million troops to take hits. He needs to beat the crap out of you. That's the strategy. That's part of the strategy. I'm not gonna say he's bullied you. I'm gonna say he took you off the field. That's his job. You're in competition. Remove one of the players. Guys, I go into UAC early in the morning and I try to find all those people who are camping and sleeping. Put them on that heal button when they get online. The yeah, we've got, I want to say 7 or 9 kingdoms that are in my little special room back there that we're trying to help them heal kingdom problems. And it takes patience. And what's sad is, it's not why you're playing the game. I get it. But you can't play the game in the way they're holding it hostage. But I also promise you, ignoring the problem will not make it go away. It will only get worse. Somebody who thinks that they're top on the individual power leaderboard, so they're in charge, will always think that. Doesn't mean he's. All that means is he knows how to click the buy more button. Doesn't mean a damn thing more than that. My video lagging? Hold on, I got stuff I can check. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream. Let's close that down. The Korea problem is a different problem. That's a problem in every kingdom. Korea gets a discounted store. They only pay about 7 cents on the dollar. So to build big castles over there is pennies to what you would pay. And then they still get all the event loot. So my personal opinion on it is, if you can afford an iPhone, you're probably not making sneaker money. So pay the same bill the rest of us pay. Stream health is excellent, it says. But not receiving enough. I don't know how to fix that because, guys, I live out in southern New Mexico. It is literally the ass end of the earth for bandwidth, and I have the best bandwidth in this town. I own a computer store here, and I control about a 200-mile radius of all electronics. They don't like to piss me off and have me say bad things about their company. So I got the little bitty 20 megs a second here. That's all I got. And it's the fastest in town, unfortunately. Why did he remove it? What's it? Hey, I bet you that's clear. Okay. So Mad Hatter over there, he's one of those guys in 312 that got into that situation where the kingdom just destroyed itself on rumors alone. And he has pride in who he is, and he wasn't going to back down. Unfortunately, the guys that wanted to destroy it were too far ahead. And we couldn't get other alliances to recognize that if they didn't stop this behavior, it was going to affect them in the future. And it did. And that kingdom is in chaos. It's destroyed. That was prior to patch 2.7. I wasn't involved in KVKs. I know about the system, but I never got to play in that system. But it used to be that if you were within 4 rows of the Dark Forest, you could plunder people. Because when we were setting up for our first KVK in 312, that was a big warning about being plundered and where you could sit and why you needed to be bubbled here and there. And nowadays, the bubbled in the forest March of Fury. You want to use the March of Fury. Your March cap is what rolls on that. So when you have March cap in there, it will give you more troops on the roll against their troops. Yeah, you definitely want that. It should be your last star. When you're setting up your airship, open that up. A lot of people do this because the expeditions fool you. Okay? Adding a little March cap into your expeditions will get you a couple of castles further. And that's a good little trick to get a couple of that day. But that March of Fury should be your last 5-star, not your first. And it's always on people's first 5-star because it helped them in the expedition. That's a PV, player versus environment gain, not a player versus player gain. All right? And then we use the Survivor Seeker, one for the battlefield treatment, of course, but also for the troop health. And then everything else is damage. Damage up or damage down. And then, now, what's going to change? Here's where you get a nice preview out of this. Okay, guys, I want you to look at what's coming so you can see the clues of what's coming here. Not what I want to do. Check out our new guard, right? Trap construction speed. Who gives a damn about traps? And then there was something else where the clue dropped. There's going to be a patch update on traps, which means that I'm going to have to work out a new calculator that includes artillery in the marches. So both, yeah, oh yeah, on defense as well. Right there. The game picks your formula for defense. You get to pick it for offense. So if you can get somebody in a situation where the game picked their formula for it, Spinebreaker will break them every damn time. So that's where you need to be thinking strategically about how to separate a person from their march. Now, there are tricks that are a pain in the ass, and I can't do it no more. I got so many troops. I used to keep only about 1 or 2 marches in my castle. I used to let everybody zero them down, and I put them over my sanctuary. And so I had a spare march hiding in my sanctuary that wasn't actually in combat. And then I would have a Spinebreaker set up, and that's it, sitting in my castle. And so the game could only pick what I had. And then people couldn't figure out why I was beating them with all these down arrows. My stats weren't as good as theirs, and I was just blowing them out because my formation was killing their formation. Now we've changed strategies to that, and we build in layers. So, like if I go over here, train, and you see all the way down the line, 100,000 layer. And so what happens there is when somebody hits me, my T8s, 6s, and 4s, and 2s die. Right? So since I know those are the ones that are going to die, see right there where my 4s have died? Well, that means I need to stack more 4s or several hits into a fight. I will find myself losing these other tiers that didn't get affected. So I don't have to build every tier up, but I know if I'm going to play defensively, which tiers I need to build up. And that calculator is coming too. I'm going to have a defensive tier calculator so that, because what happens in KVK is everybody goes, oh, send more infantry. So what do? You roll the slider of your top tier infantry over. Well, that's not a good defense. Sorry. There's other classes that are involved in defense than just infantry. Tier 1 distance is a big factor in defense. But you play in a numbers game in a tower. So if I'm like over on my castle, there's no limit, right? I got 150,000 right now. I'll probably have 400,000 tier 1s before the end of the week, before the KVK Kingdom Stick happens. Now, why am I going to stack up my tier 1 distance? To protect my tier 2 infantry. Because that's what dies because my tier 1s die. Those tier 1s are a lot cheaper to build than my tier 2 infantry. My tier 2 infantry may be my defense, but why let them die? I want the cheap ones. This is about cost of repair. Research is changing. I do know there's a research thing coming. You got to research March Cap. Absolutely have to. And that means you got to get into all that stuff to do that. But no, if it were me and I was coining, I would be coining up every damage library book I could and putting my RSS into the damage stats and the damage reduction stats over there. Just checkerboarding damage reduction, damage up. If I'm coining, that's where I'm coining. I'm pointing at my screen. That's where I'm coining right now. It's still, even with all this other new stuff, guys. These stats up here at the top, they're show stats. They guys can be 200-300 points ahead of me, and I will burn them down. You can give up a lot on stats, and some of the guys in Kingdom 410 just found that out when they went after Keela. She was giving up 200-300 on stats. She was giving up 6-7 castle levels. Killed 1 million troops. There's a way to play that game, and so good players know you lose the most troops when you attack. Heavy high coiners don't care how much they lose. That's what you're calling bully. Well, he's got the money and he wants to win. It is what it is in the game, and there's no affecting that. If he wants to send 13 marches at it, fine. Hit the bubble button. But if you're logged off, like right now, I'm in the middle of a war over here, right? So there's one of the guys sitting in there just hanging out. Bookmarks, enemies, go to. Let's find their biggest guy. There's more of my guys. Look, my guys are hanging out in their hive unbubbled. We prepared them for this. You are not burning us out. There's their C-35. I took 500,000 off him the other day. I'll go park next to him unbubbled. Yeah. You got to know you can do that. So that's what these series of stuffs are going to be about. And we're still in planning stages, and I don't know what the date we're going to be, but I promise to go on to Esquay's channel and help him out over there. But guys, don't forget to go over there and subscribe to him as well. It does help him out. It helps him get his good quality tutorial stuff next to the other videos in a timely placement. That's what you're helping him do. It seems so silly that a subscription and that watching more than 2 minutes makes a difference. But watching more than 2 minutes of his video makes a difference. And clicking the subscribe button means that when the next new player is looking for information, they'll get one of his videos recommended. So make sure you do that. That's how you can help the community learn, is by helping the search engine that's in the community that we're using learn. So we got to play with the algorithm a little bit. I control about 33% of the Guns of Glory keywords right now, and that company has no respect for me, except for 2 people. They have no press kits. They send us nothing. Right now, I asked for simple gift codes for this. I'm training their players to play in their game. Give me a couple gift codes I can give away. And you would not believe the bureaucracy that I went through and not that they didn't tell me no, they just haven't gotten back to me yet. So it is what it is, and I'm trying to make it so that we can do those kind of things, so that there's other stuff to this. The order of abilities makes no difference, none whatsoever. The only reason for having those abilities in a certain order is, one, visually, so that you can see when you're switching back and forth, which mine are out of order because I did a lot of plundering yesterday. So I will respect my airship for plundering. But yeah, your attack tab and defense tab, you should switch back and forth, and they should be in the same order, whatever order you choose that to be. And then if you're still below 20s on your attack tabs and defense tabs, then what you'll do is, you know that on the defense tab you need more health. So you won't have your 20. Remove that. Okay, so let's say I'm here. Alright, so now that doesn't engage the ability, right? But let's say the most I can max it out, because I don't have enough parts to build it up right, is to the defense method. Okay, so, not what I wanted to do. Well, at that point, I need to make the choice. So on my defense tab, I want my 20s, not on an attack ability, but on a health ability first, and then a defense ability. Alright, so before I forget and screw that up while I'm in combat here. So it doesn't matter when they're over 20s, but if you're making choices, you're going to have to make good choices to turn on that third tier inside the ability. To get that 100% defense activated, you need to make sure that you've got enough to make that go up there. So, And then like spirit mines. Would somebody actually boot me into spirit mines? It's a brave soul. I just may not have been in there. The spirit mines got a big improvement. Y'all see the level 3 hack video that I put out? There's no limit there. So you can be on spirit mines level 3 at any level castle in your farms. And there's the dirty little secret. Because of their limited timers, there's no risk. If you do 2 levels 3 spirit mines in there, you're buying max airship and max this, and you're golden. You don't need to go up there and fight up there at the high levels, but you can get matched large airship XP every day and start peppering up and just power up your airship. Takes forever. I've been doing mine for 7 months. First thing you need to be doing in spirit mines every time for the new players, you need to be a VIP 8 minimum. Okay, you need that 5th March slot. That will help you get more RSS 20% faster. Helps you in the gold event. Helps you to get more RSS. And just frankly, it's useful. It helps you in the new world where you can put 4 marches out and have your 5th one on your airship sitting back in combat mode. You got to have that VIP. And then you should be running that VIP 24/7. It's too useful. It pays for itself. It's 4,000 gold. Buy it by the month. And if you got your dollar thing going in, plus your events, plus your gold, your 2 gold events a month, it's free. The other thing that you spend gold on in this game anymore, speed hits. And if you're worrying about all this other stuff, speed and hits is not on your agenda. Yeah, we've heard that from a lot of kingdoms there, Rex. Getting people to adjust their philosophy. People know what they know. What's funny to me is they don't know it's not working. It's always, and when you live in a world where it's always someone else's fault, well then, of course you did nothing wrong. That's why the real big thing for me putting the guru calculator out there was so that other people who may figure out something I missed can send it back to me and say, look, I did this and this works. I'm happy to get that information back. Makes me a better person. Why wouldn't I want it? They don't know what they don't know. Experience is what you get shortly after you need it. But like I said, if all you can find is the time to blame someone else for the bad experience and not the fact that you just didn't know what you didn't know, then that's trouble. And that's going to happen in KVKs. I mean, there are high stakes in KVKs. You've got to know that when that big C40 lands, you can't take that hit. And get those people out of the way. And you also need to know that some people are there for their individual scores. They want as many kills as possible. I watched Kingdom 410 where an independent C40, not even their KVK team, came in there and kept letting the towers slowly fill so he could speed hit them. Just so he could raise his individual score up on the kill list. And they kept doing it. He would leave the towers empty, leave them open, just treated the towers as bait, and they just kept doing it over and over again. So you got to know why they would do something like that. The kingdom they were against was at war with each other. There was 3 alliances fighting with each other in that kingdom. So it wasn't that all them 40s were working together. It was just they knew you didn't know how to defend yourself is what it come down to. And the best way to defend yourself against those guys is just not be there. But you don't want to set up the situation where everybody thinks they can click the recall button whenever they want. That needs to be a team leader decision. What you need to do is have your R4s knowledgeable enough to know that this isn't going to work, and they kick people. And don't let people make their individual decisions. People will panic. Now, I've had problems with the game interface since patch 3, kicking people in KVK towers. I have to close open a screen, kick, and then close open a screen again. Something weird there. So know that bug has been introduced, and it's not you. So if I want to empty a tower, I'm behind the bubble a little bit now. For what? The 2 million troops for 5 marches. I would have said having 5 marches was a good way to go into a fight just 3 months ago. Now with Inter-Kingdom KE coming, stack those layers deep if you want to defend yourself. Get your 5 combat marches so that you can fill 5 proper strategies of formulas, and then layer the hell out of your castle. Because it's actually kind of handy if you're strong enough to sit out in the forest and take a hit. Because usually you got to understand, when somebody's hitting you with a march, they're hitting you with a good march. They're sending their top tiers. 50% of their marches, they're whatever their best class is. And if your little T4s can take out their T10s, you're winning. That's called bleeding your enemy to death. If you can get that guy to zero out on one guy like that, oh man, you can take him off the field, and all of a sudden all the gold in the world he's got is of no use to anyone. But you got to know what power numbers mean. You got to know if he can outlast you. And then sometimes you got to throw a mega out there to burn down his lower layers while his upper layers are burning at you. There's combinations that need to be played. You also need to know that, and we got into this debate our last KVK, that there's poker to this. Now, I had an inside thing with Kingdom 343. I know Becca over there. She owns 3 C40s all by herself, and 2 of them weren't seen on the field. And my alliance has rolled Becca's directly 3 times. UACs, Blood Wars. In fact, my alliance rolled their KVK team the night before KVK. We fought their entire KVK alliance in Blood Wars. I know what they're capable of. And she knows that I'm dangerous in strategy. So, like, if you're sitting underneath a shield, and that's what was happening, sitting under a shield, you only need 1 cavalry under there. They can't kill that last cavalry. And then, so you don't have to lose troops. But if something else happens in the other kingdom where you lose that shield, say 3 C40s come in there and start zeroing out towers all of a sudden, and then they do a quick hit. Oh, now you've lost your shield, and they can jump and turn around and take that tower, that castle. So you need to know, how long does it take your team to respond to move from one kingdom to another? And right now, my kingdom takes about 33 minutes. And I don't like it. I want it to be down to 15. But can't push that. The reason it's 33 minutes is we haven't had enough training so that people know who to draw out of towers to fill rallies, when they're supposed to. And we actually went over that prior to the last KVK, where I said, look, I want to set up 3 points around the kingdom, Team A, Team B, Team C, and I don't want all the teams in one tower. I want to be able to do a march recall and have it pull 3 players from each tower and fill a rally whenever somebody asks for a rally. We didn't set that up. So we talked about it. We didn't implement it. And then so when the guy turns around and goes, well, I want to build a rally in another kingdom, I said, you can't have him. All I got's my castle team, and you're not pulling my people out of my castle team. And it started a week-long fight, not knowing that we had a system for it. It wasn't implemented. There should have been all the resources in the world for him to draw 3 teams, not 1. It just wasn't there. So we needed to step back and fix the problem that we had. And the problem that we're having was couldn't fill 1 rally. Well, if you're down to desperately filling 1 rally and your world counts on that, you're in trouble. We were holding 2 kingdoms at the same time. So it's not like we weren't doing well. It's just skin of our teeth. And I'll tell you, it come down to, had Becca had 2 more minutes on the clock, she would have kicked us out of our own throne and reset the clock for another 8 hours. She was that close, and I knew it. She's a great strategist over there in 343. She doesn't just have big castles. She's a very smart person, and I treat her with the respect she deserves when we roll up against her. She's got tricks up her sleeves. She trains her people well. That's a good alliance over there. So, it's not something we can tell everybody, because you get guys who repeat things in KC. You get spies that wind up in the Alliance KVK chat itself. You get people who make back deals thinking they're going to get something out of it. So because there's that type of thinking out there, we kind of hold back on some of the information from the leadership side. And it's just, all you need to do is know how to execute the job well. And if we didn't have the tools in place to execute the job, that was our failure at leadership. It was not the alliances that showed up that failed. We didn't set the rally points. We didn't do the setup. And then I've got this other thing going where we're doing a different rotation method than everybody else is doing. And so basically, if you can bring 8 players consistently to KVK, you're in the throne rotation. We've got 2 alliances that do all the heavy lifting. We've got all the research. We can host. We'll do all the dirty work of kicking our members out that won't be there during the day. And that's getting harder and harder to do, because we're getting to the point where we're going to need 2 full KVK alliances and start taking kingdoms with separate alliances just because we got that many players. But we don't care who pushes the buttons. We just want them pushed in a consistent manner. And being king or queen is not about changing the rules of the kingdom. That's chaos. It's about managing the kingdom to make sure the heal buff was on before KVK started, or before UAC started, so that you had it for that event. And that if you're going to lose that when you still get to use the repair time. And then on Sunday night, whether you got farming or not, or a gold event, that's when you start your gathering. That gives you 2 days of gathering. Then you do your 300% buff on Thursday when everybody can buy speed ups. And what you get out of that is 15 to 20% kingdom growth, because you're paying attention. All right. Also, for all those players that didn't join KVK, you throw your building buff on there and your research buff. They can use all that RSS they gathered not to build troops to grow their castle size so they can be involved in the future KVKs. There's a method to the madness when we throw this timing out. I rambled on a long time on that one. That's not American politics. Look, guys, I've been in the military. We burn down villages, we rebuild governments. It's about making them understand that they can't wait for somebody to come help. You've got to manage the time. And so you're not looking for the guy with the biggest power to be in charge. You really want that in the Navy we call them yeomans. You want that person that can keep everybody. They can go out and say, "Hey, Bob, do you have all your stuff ready to go? Do you need anything to get your troops done? What can we do to help you get your marches filled up?" You need that guy that does that yeoman work. And it's ungrateful work. It really is. So you got to take care of that guy, gal, whoever it is. Usually winds up being a woman. But like in the Navy, it's all male ship, and we usually call them the OB2s and the office bitches. There is it's natural for me. Uh, I know where you're heading before you know where you're heading, but I've hunted people for a long time, and people are people. The It doesn't work that way. The perception, when you want to talk in American politics, the perception that it works that way is the problem. That's the people lying to you on TV, telling you that something has changed that didn't change, or telling you that there's a law that exists that doesn't exist, or telling you that we've already done all this and we tried this. The you know it. I am the GunMuse. I've been doing this for 25 years in gun politics, and I can tell you right now, there there are already laws on the books for taking guns away from people with mental illness. They were not executed. They refuse to because they need the numbers of the kills to justify the position. And when it gets deep into the politics, a firearm in the United States is the only piece of property that has 3 constitutional amendments that protect it. Everybody knows about the second, but they forget about the fourth and the fifth. Due process and the right to own property. And they say things like gun show loophole. Well, guys, when you eliminate the gun show loophole, you've eliminated your property rights. Was that the goal? When you do gun buybacks, you've eliminated the government. You've given the government the power to seize property without taking you to court and calling you a criminal. Is that the goal? So you got to stop listening to the narrative on CNN or MSNBC and understand, hey, there's a bunch to this. I encourage you guys, if you want to see, there's an article on my website where I went over the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And I will guarantee you everything in there is 100% true. YouTube blocked my video on it as inappropriate because Americans do not know how many people's wives, children were murdered, raped, and killed simply because those men signed that document. And that is a narrative that's not taught of how much sacrifice it took to bring foundational freedom to the world for 200 years. The fact that we veered away from it in favor of socialist programs doesn't mean that the underlying it's an ebb and flow. This was the first time. We're not a democracy, we're a republic. It's about representation. So so when I do teach, the interkingdom politics, I believe the representation works. I believe you find good people that you can trust will do the right thing when you're not looking. That's what a representational government should be. You don't want to do that stuff every day yourself. It's a tedious chore. Find good people who don't mind doing the work, that are passionate about doing the right thing. And there's a difference between legal and illegal and right and wrong. You're always going to get these guys who say, well, here's the rule, I followed the rule. Well, there's the spirit of the law too. If the goal of the rules was to allow your kingdom to grow and get stronger in KVK, and 6 guys are destroying everything they can to make that happen, but they're following the rule via another event, you've got to address that problem. That may be the rules, but that ain't the spirit of the rule. We agreed to do this to help us all. You're the guy that's, dropping oil in the water. And one drop of oil ruins the whole barrel. So representational government is a good idea. And it's actually, I wonder if I could pull that up without giving away too much. I'm not even going to try. It's actually one of the discussions that we're talking about with the game setup status, to where you have a voting system in there, and to separate the ability to buy the bully individual, where you can bully inside the kingdom, so that you're more where you can buy the ability to bully in events. We want you to spend money. The money around this stuff makes us money. So I can make a video telling you how not to spend as much money for when you don't want to spend it. But we don't want somebody turning around and literally buying the vote, right? Big C40s beating up on everybody, telling them what they're going to say, what they're going to do. That's buying the vote. We don't like that. That's unfortunately a pure democracy. It's and so the word that's democracy gets misused, and you don't want democracy. Whenever you have a democracy, they fail because people always figure out they can vote themselves more money. And that's why, like in Kingdom 14, I drew lines that said, look, you can't turn around and say top 20s in NAP. You can't say these people are my farms. I just voted you my farms. That's slavery. That is the basis of a slavery model. You may not like the words, you may not want to use the words, may think I'm trying to provoke you with the words, but it is literally saying, I own you whenever I want, I will come and get what you have. That's slavery. And so you need to recognize that the actions and the words need to start coalescing and not be so offended by the words automatically, but be more offended by the actions, if that makes more sense. Ours is a peaceful kingdom, and we whip the crap out of people in KVKs. We're not even close to strong as our opponents are. Kingdom 121 went roughshod over Kingdom 343 the time before last, and 5 castles just beat the hell out of them, and it forced them into ours, and we fought them, and we were still top 4 in the invasion kill list, and we fought them, and 343 just had a little more than we did. And Kingdom 121, I didn't ask them for a deal. They just reached out and said, we saw what we did to you. We shoved those guys onto you guys. And you want us to just go stand guard? You guys take your towers back? And I accepted the offer. Kudos to Kingdom 121 for that. I mean, that was an epic show of sportsmanship. They had the kingdom they needed for their tax thing, and they didn't need to put another kingdom down. And they also saw that we fought hard for the entire time. We didn't roll over and expect somebody to come over there and give it to us. You roll against Kingdom 362, and I promise you one thing. You're getting a fight, like it or not. You will have to beat us out of that day. Our players can't play the whole day. Our 2 big 40s are on and off 3-4 hours at a time. So, we rotate in, we rotate out, and you don't know when they're going to be there. Hell, I don't know when they're going to be there. But I try to keep a count of what's going on and who's there and what's on deck, and we go into our AC and say, I got room for 2 more people. Let's get them up in here. And we rotate people out. I don't want somebody having their entire account zeroed. I want them to be able to rebuild within the 2-week period for free. That is my primary goal, is to make sure that that pool of players is healthy. Because if it becomes a frustration that they can't be in the next event because they're dead, they'll stop coming to the kingdom. And that's where you guys go, well, kingdoms die eventually. That's why they die eventually. You used them up, you threw them out. I don't use the meat shield agenda anymore. We quit doing that September of last year. Oh, they had me slated as dead in the year 2007, boss. I just disagree with their assessment. Yeah. Now this voice thing is my nerves they're degenerating at this point. So the brain talks to stuff and it doesn't get a response. And I was getting into cough fluctuations. And when that happens, oh my gosh, the cough creates cough because then it irritated the throat and the lungs. And so I wound up going to the hospital, I swear to God, I got bronchitis in the hospital, because the day I went to the hospital, I didn't have bronchitis. I went back 2 weeks later and I had bronchitis. They didn't nerf anything. We just learned more. If your T10s are your max there, Manlin, then you make sure your layers up through T8 are at least at 100K each, and then just start building the crap out of your T9s and T10 layers, especially your T9 distance. Yeah, never hurts to have a. They're the most expensive ones. They take the longest. You're looking at about 6 weeks if you're doing it for free. Yeah. Yeah, the original calculator was called Tempted Death. And then somebody found it online, and then they slapped their name on it, and then it wound up on somebody else's video when I wasn't even doing videos at the time. I took that guy's video and put it back into my webpage, and he went and made a video telling everybody I stole his work. And that pissed me off to where I just pulled it all down and recreated the work. So that's why now the stuff is implemented into the website, so you can't just steal it. So like Spinebreaker came out. Spinebreaker, you had to log into the website to see it originally, because I had it just on an Excel spreadsheet. But once I got it into the webpage, the hope here is to get the guru to where you build your custom formations. You click enter, and you find something that you like better than what I built, and it gives you a permanent URL that you can share with your alliance, so that you as a team leader, a KVK leader, if you want to build like 3 or 4 different formations for different jobs, you can do that and just have a list of links that will always be there to tell everybody this is what I use, and it'd just be your link. That's the goal. I actually have the ability to make that. I just been lazy about it. I hate PHP programming. I can do it. Good PHP programmers are like poets. I'm not a poet mindset. I'm a mechanical mindset. I lunk through the math. Volume of troops in the tower there, Charles. Level and volume. Yeah, if you've got a big guy sitting in the tower on guarding on UAC, all your littles are getting their points nerfed. Your littles need to be out plundering. That's what we're about to be seeing in an upcoming patch, man. Right now, no. But traps are about to become a factor again, which means artillery is going to become a factor on offense again. Yeah, I'm about to pop my C-35 here in a minute. That's why you saw me run out there and kill beasts. I got 120 badges I got to gather up. So yeah, but I keep my so I got that. I got to wait for reset to go in here and buy more speed ups. That stutter stop in the event really screwed me up. I burned off belts because I thought the event was over, and I bought the one-time 50% off upgrade and clicked it on after I bought the 5-day one, and it actually eliminated my 5-day one. So I had to go back, earn more belts last night, and actually rebuy my 5-day buff on the other side. I'm not there yet. I got to get those 120 badges. I'll get them. You see my rooms back there blowing up. No, I don't get that much from looting. I have a good farm network. I've got 18 farms on Cata 8. I I give away C30s as prizes when you do well in KVK now. I'm going to try and give away one C30 to a new player every month, just to encourage the other alliances to be involved, and showing up matters. It is a participation trophy, and I'm kind of opposed to them, but there's got to be something in it, and GOG's not offering it. I know we need the participation in order to win, so that's my problem to win KVKs, and I come up with a solution to fix it my way. I'm going to give away a C30 once a month, just to make sure that even if they don't have gear in the thing, their T10s are as good as anybody else's under a mega, right? I encourage you guys to adopt that plan. Get a farm network set up that's KVK farm, and then when you guys go back in your leadership rooms and you see somebody then a C26 or something that showed up and just played their heart out, sat there the whole time, did what they had to do, encourage them. Give them the C30. Then they're bringing Ting 10s to your tower. Not only do you give a good person a castle, but you actually just improved your team doing it. It's not a lost situation. We've got a couple good players that build good farm networks in our kingdom. Yeah. Look, you guys really got to watch the Strat Center video, because it's an hour long. Because the Strat Center is the most confusing thing ever for R4s. Okay. This gunpowder goes down at 4 per hour. So it takes almost a full 2 weeks to load it. And you need to play, because we are a not as powerful kingdom, I have to really use the hell out of strat centers. So I need other alliances to pay attention to having gunpowder in their strat centers until we get bigger on the growth. You can replace strat centers with size. But if you don't have the size in your younger kingdom, this is key to your cooperation if you plan on winning anything. And I'll tell you, younger kingdoms, we talk about the way it's always been. It's always been you lose your KVKs for 6 months. Kingdom 362 has lost 2 KVKs in the last 7 months. We are not the norm. We've had a lot of influx of people coming here because they want to play. See, the secret is to keep these little castles away from your main alliance. All right, and I'll show you this, and this is one of these things where you need to know this is an R5, R4. Those quests that say kill 10 of these, 10 of those, that people skip over, are screwing your dailies. Okay? The mobs that are available to you to kill are based on the quest's need. So let's go over that for younger guys so they know why somebody's asking them to do that. Friends. Alright, so we're going to go over here to my alliance. Now you see out here in my Farmville with all these small castles. Alright, so there's my level 16 castle, right? Well, my level 16 castle is killing level 31 serpents. So my level 16 castle is getting rank 6 chests for bagged loot. So my loot's bagged. You can burn them all day long. But you see these 15s, 13s. Now that means somebody over here is still not got their quest done, or we got new players, or if you start seeing ones randomly littered in there. Now, you see all these 6 tiles that are out here. These 6 tiles weren't here when I built the farm. This is a 5 tile area. So getting your, and see there's a 4, and look at why. There's a castle next to it that needs it. So he's screwing up my mob spawn. Because the more of those that spawn, the fewer of the 31s are going to spawn. It plays this average game. My estimation is your farm should be 150 kilometers fortress to fortress from other farms. Doesn't matter where you put them. They're farms. Gathering RSS on tiles is not productive RSS gathering. A farm is Kata 8 and you've made it all the way down to 10 in the spirit mines. So all you got to do is log in every day, twice a day, burn off your Kata stand on plunder, buy your RSS, burn off your spirit, reset your spirit mines, buy your RSS. That's it. Getting a farm to that point's work, but once a farm is set up, it's making $1.5 million, $2 million RSS a day for free, and it's all bagged. Nobody can steal it. Who cares if they burn that farm out? I got everybody in the kingdom, trying to say, oh, he's always worried about his farm. I'm not worried about my farm. My farm just built 60, six 32 ones up pluses this week. Right. Since the event took place, I said, all right, the gates are open. Anybody that needs anything to grow, it's here. I need another 6 million silver. I know I got it on something. I know it's there. So, and I know it can't be stolen. So, you see here where I got this square. Well, I put somebody down in there, and then I can go and open up bags what they need. And then they got short marches. So it's like a gas fill-up station. Go get your loot, get out, we're done. And the reason for that is my time management. It takes a long damn time to unlock loot. So my generosity starts sucking down my time, and that means I'm not doing things for me to grow. That's how I got behind on my 35. I should have been 35 2 days ago. But, this stuff set up and all this things, it just, you do what you got to do. Prioritize, right? So, the farm is further away. Now, you want to keep C20s and above in your main alliance. You can have a C16 in your main alliance, but have them in that 150 kilometer away farm. And the reason is that affects the tile spawn rate of the size. So if you want more level 7 silvers in your area, then you need to have, for your mains to gobble down, because they have gear, then that's what you got to go. And I will tell you guys, I watch way too many people farming silver that shouldn't be farming silver. If you don't have the card for farming silver, stick to iron. Build a farm. You will get way more silver out of that farm than you will ever get off those silver tiles. The best you can do farming silver is 100k, and it's your biggest choke point. You have got to get to Kata 10, Kata 8, level 8, so that you can buy the silver packs up. If you haven't done that, you are not going to grow. I promise you. There is no alternative. And if you get into where you're doing the gold event and you see where it says more points, the dirty little secret to winning the golden event, food. Throw the food farm down. Throw your food. All your alliance has food bonus gear. You got food bonus guard cards. Throw the food farm down. Combine the farm event with building troops. You're going to build troops in a couple days anyway. Stockpile the crap out of it. Go to your estate buffs up here. You're asking me why I got so much food out? Put an upkeep production down so you're not burning your food up. Because otherwise I burn about 1.5 million an hour. So I'm only burning about 700k an hour. But I opened up too much bags last night when I was plundering for the food, and I didn't want to leave it open on a farm. I'd rather me eat it than somebody else get it. So that's why it's there. I'll just let him plunder that out. Catching bubble poppers. And this is the alliance that got infiltrated. The players got used. That's a problem here, and I just had to draw the line and say, all right, guys, team jerseys. I'm explaining to you that I got a problem with your leadership. I got a problem with the way they're acting, and it's destructive to what we want to do. Most of the kingdom wants to play KVK. It's not that we didn't want KE. We had the one-day KE, and it was a good balance. You had the one-day KE on Sunday. It's a good balance to do that. It's my idea. I'm happy with it. Everybody goes, "Oh, you're just trying to kill KE." No, I'm trying to stop what you're doing with KE. And that got down into, yeah, you're taking the rules and lawyering them for a different agenda. You're trying to destroy the KVK stuff using KE. Catching people who fell asleep and we had to kick them out of the alliance and they had no bubbles because they worked. They played 20 hours after working 8 hours. I didn't like the predator activity, so we put our foot down on it. Power rating is a complete and utter lie. That's something to notice down in the spirit mines though right now. Okay, and you see me at 230 power, but down here it says 120. That is my troop power minus my trap power. So this is an indicator of what's coming. That somehow traps are going to be involved in this some weird way. I don't know what. No clue what they're thinking. I just know it's coming, prepping for it. So I'm prepping to be prepped for it, so that because I know that whenever that patch drops, I'm going to have to change what I did to be relevant. I'll have to build another calculator. And the guru is actually what's going to help me do that. So when it drops, be familiar with the guru and you can be ahead of me on it. You might be the one that gives me that number. It's the rogues that cause problems. And like with our problem, it wasn't the KE itself that was the issue. It was the targeting of people via KE to cause the maximum amount of damage to the KVK team. It was 6 guys who absolutely hate me. And they hate the success we have with KVKs. They hate the acknowledgement I get for what we do with KVKs. And they want me to bleed, and they can't do it directly, so they go after the people that support me. I'm afraid that's what's coming. The trap build up, yeah. Right now, I'd build 100,000 traps if it wasn't such a pain in the butt. The traps do work, guys. And this is something to pay attention in your research. Let's talk about that. This is something overlooked by a lot of alliances. All right, you see here we're an old alliance, and we're just now doing storage protection. But we're a combat alliance. All right, so our rally slots are maxed. Now we haven't finished out all our rally capacities because they take really long, and frankly, our gain there is like 18,000 troops in a rally. It's not enough to care about. So we do that as we can. But you notice our cavalry versus distance damage, our mortars versus trap damage. You hit somebody that's got traps in our alliance, and our traps will do 15 to 20% of the defense damage. Because we actually put damage on our traps. We did that research. We did that early. And then Looks like we got some stuff that we could be. We stopped some stuff to do building destruction. We'd never done any research in building destruction. And then we don't go after these attack percentage numbers anymore. We used them as filler when we had to, because those stats are being given out like candy all over the place. So, but the place that you cannot get a stat to buy is damage. So focus on every place you see the word damage up or damage down. I don't know a good answer to that, Rex. I don't take enough hits to have data on it. It would seem that there's a trap balance. If they would give us an event that tested traps, I would tell you. But as it is, no one hits me. You know, they run their mouths, but they don't do anything. I'm unbubbled next to the guy right now. I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm live. He can go hit me. They're just not going to do it. And even if it was, I wouldn't have enough build up for it. See, but we haven't done any of the trap construction speeds, and we'll get on that. Right now, we're going to get the storage protection numbers up for our littles. We're working on that, because you can get to where you're protecting a million and a half of everything with research. So that, I mean, when we talk about loose RSS, it's nice to have 1.5 million of everything under protection. So you can do that with a good alliance research. I will tell you, that's one of the places, the reason we're so far ahead on research is I denied my alliance the store. You just don't get to go willy-nilly in there buying speed ups all the time. I don't let you. We use that research money that we get from those alliance funds to speed up research. So if I go in here and once you get to a certain level, gold spend in here is actually a good thing. Yeah. It's actually cheaper than a teleport. If you need to buy teleports, it's cheaper to gold spend in the research than to do that. Comes out to like, I think 1650 gold. I think I figured it out one time. And it may have just been luck of the draw. But it was like 1650 gold. I made enough alliance stuff to get a teleport versus spending 2,000 gold on a teleport. Use the 3 new recruit. Armor. What are you talking about? Credits? I'm not understanding what you're saying. Are you talking about the guard? This one? I actually think I got a faster one. Oh! Okay, I'll show you what he's talking about. Alright. So, if I'm troop building, trap building, and the fact that they only give me one freaking... The reason I don't is I'm lazy about changing all this freaking gear over. It's nice to have 2 tabs, but I need 5. Alright, so... Does that one do speed? No, that just does capacity. And then... change. All right, so the ring is one that does speed, 22%. And the helm. So yeah, the ring and the helm do that. And then you also have her now. They gave her away for free. And then I've got Lord Winter. What is it? Okay, so I can throw her on. Stack all that up. Build. Now I can do 630 of them in 11 hours. So that's maximum trap building. And that's worthless. That's 1,200 a day. I got to fill up 200,000. That's a gold suck is what that thing is. So until they show me something that makes that worth it, I'm not blowing my gold into that. Yeah, the difference is an extra 300, and the change in speed is like 45 minutes. It's still only 2 a day, so I just don't care. You've got to really want to care. A lot of what I'm teaching is how to make sure that you're not bored off your mind with all the clicks they put in this game. I mean, they over-click the crap out of this game. Way too many dig to this window, to dig to this window, to dig to this window. Just opening loot is stupid. Let's see here if I can example that out. Now, I know the katas, a lot of people, they talk about that 8-tig kata. And this account is not a good example because I'm kind of almost maxed on it. But when I was building the account, you stack up those defense gems first. Ignore everything else. I'm actually just now switching over to trying to PvP for the first time. I suck at PvP. I'm either too far behind the curve or something. But the other reason we go far as we can in the kata is, again, damage is a stat you can't buy. So if I go down to my explosive right there, 2.5% damage, troop damage. That's a big number. I love that. That's how you get to that 134 number, which is max damage. Which is not max damage, because if you get all the way down over here, there's a second one. It's just like almost nobody in the game has ever got there. I mean, except for guys who bought their way there. I run maximum stamina through this thing 24/7, and I am not even close. I think I'm 10 more points away from getting that, and that means at least 5 more levels and probably 4 more months to do that. All right. I've been sitting here for 3 hours. I need about 5-10 minutes if you guys want to take one too. Get me a water and get rid of the one I drank. All right. I can do this no chat thing. See, there we go. Okay. Yeah, the creation arena. Definitely not a money suck I'm going down, though. I don't care about it. Yep. Went and cooked some brats. Got me a big cup of milk. What was I going to go? I know what I was going to go over. All right. Akira in 410, one of the things she said before she blocked me when she got all huffy over, I brought her into our room to learn because she was the queen at the time, and she was just rude. And my patience with it was very slim because not only is she rude, but she's just making blanket hate the world because somebody else has got money statements, and I get tired of that. So, but I am going to go over something about gold spin. Yeah. Oops. What is... First of all, why is line on? Turn line off. I don't want to listen to that beep. Okay. We're not going down to what she is or what she is. I'm talking about the general principle. Okay, you see I got squat for gold here. All right, now that wouldn't normally be. I'd normally have, so I'm sitting here crossing my fingers for a Time Lord event this week. But I'll tell you the thinking that I threw into it, okay? So we had the gold spin where if you spend 100,000 gold, you get belts. Well, guys, that's the only time, that was the first event ever in this game where you could spin gold to buy stats. So if you got stats from gear and stuff to get gold, you hoard it up. If you're blowing all that stuff on speed marches so you can beat, you're burning ants and little bunnies in your backyard probably too. But if you save that stuff up to where you can grow your account while spending the gold, like yesterday while that gold event was still going on, I was turning around building, some lower tier troops. I was just gold buying them. And then I was gold buying other stuff too. It just, of course, UAC happened to be going on at the same time, and there's a big gold heel spin if there was one. But normally I wouldn't spend that much in UAC, but I kind of went overboard to reach marks to get belts because that allowed me to buy an extra, guard weapon. I got an extra guard weapon out of doing that. That's an expensive thing. 100 of those is what, $90 or 70, $90 right now. Honestly, you could have bought the gold cheaper yesterday than you could have bought the item and then didn't turn around and won the item. So look at the strategies in the events as well. So what have I got here? Looks like I'm getting points for this Kingdom Hunt thing. I don't care one squat bit about this Kingdom Hunt thing. There's nothing in there that interests me except those badges down there, and I'm not going to have I'm not spending $300 in stamina to get there. Let's put it that way. So that's not happening. Now stamina. This is another plan ahead. And we'll get off on that, guys. The market's tall. Okay. We always buy level 4 gears. The Lord Stamina right there. Buy them up, stock them up. And you know why now. And then usually everything else I spend on. And then think about places in here where you can Save Gold. This is a place where you can spend food or wood to get an airship ability reset. That's 200 gold. So buy the stamina, start stacking up the stamina packs, and save them up for events. The Get them every chance you can. Make that part of your daily routine. This is how you're going to go plowing ahead in those events to get that stuff for free. So when I start talking about getting stuff for free, this is how you get that stuff for free. You got to plan. Think in 3-month cycles. There's going to be another stamina burn event coming up in here. I got no more stamina packs. Well, I got one now, starting over today. So and sometimes I'll just clear stuff to get a free rotation. And then if we're looking at a gold spin, where it's like, well, you got to spend 100,000 gold. What a great time to go in here and buy 30 cart backups. 24-hour cart marches. Because you're in the event. All right. And then the point is to get those things so that you can get like your curiosities and stuff up, so that you can win these golds in these time events. Now we've got troop training speed ups in the expeditions now. So there's a good way to stockpile those. You've seen the event cycles. They are not going to change how they're going to do the event cycles. They're just going to call them something else, but the method's going to be the same. You got a core infrastructure you built in here. The rest of it's cosmetics and wrapping. So you know what's coming. You got no excuse not to stockpile it. Stamina, speed ups. And I'm going to recommend right now, if you want to get free loot out of whatever's coming next, you be somewhere around 4,000 speed ups in your bag. All right, so that you can do that for 3 days. Just stockpile them up. If you can't afford to coin them, you can afford to go get them. Yeah, I don't know about the death threat things. The My opinion there was a lot of attention seeking going on. And there was some showmanship trying to get on video, and so that I kind of started dismissing it. I didn't believe everything that was going on that was being said, because A, I'd never seen it before, and B, I know people turned around and crossed kingdoms, but I also know 4 or 5 big long-term players that tried to reach out to her to help her, and she blew them off too. So you can't have it both ways. You can't be the victim and the person slapping people in the face at the same time. So yeah, I pick which corner you're in. The all I know is she probably shouldn't have been in that position. She was probably in that position because it's 98% male, and they chose her because she's a woman. And if you're going to play the victim card, you can't be in the leadership card. I'm sorry. Leaders are victims. Leaders lose their time. They lose their stuff. They sacrifice things. That's just the way it is. They are the victim in the situation, but they are also the people that keep the train running on time. That's leadership. And it's more of a management position more than leadership. The tactical leaders are a different situation. It's your generals, if you will, but it's when the other people jump in that it gets messy, because everybody's trying to be the click button hero. You got to watch out for those. The click button heroes are dangerous. Well, it doesn't matter how she got there to me. I don't know anything in the backstory. What I know is that when I knew their first KVK was coming, I logged on there. I opened out. I reached out to her and said, "Hey, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring you over to this room where we do lots of KVK planning and stuff, and you'll have resources to ask all the questions in the world." And you've seen the room. She insulted those people, and I wasn't going to tolerate it. I don't do this by myself. I don't even pretend to. Now, people get the perception of that because I say the word I a lot. And that's because I bring to what I build together, and then you know, I'm not the guy making the flour and the sugar and the frosting, but I'm the person putting the cake together. So I'm talking about the cake when I say the I. But all that other stuff has to happen too, and those things are important. And I don't disrespect that in any way, and I don't tolerate other people disrespecting it either. Yeah, it's an important resource. The and those people are very kind about giving out their information, and they pick up where I leave off. They answer questions in somewhat immediate fashion. Uh, I can't answer the PMs that come into my freaking mailbox. Everybody thinks they're clever when they figure out, it's like, oh, wow, I'll just type in GunMuse and PM him. Like, how do I set up my creation? Like, like I'm a personal trainer. There's it's like, did you even go look for a creation video? Well, no. I mean, where does my patience end with that? I don't mean to be rude. I don't want to be rude, but I mean, I'm still wanting to play the game. Uh, I do the educational portion of it because that just feeds my brain a little bit, and that's important to me more than it is to you. You guys benefit from it, but I don't do it for you. I don't mean to be rude saying that, but I do it for me. And then not to stroke my ego, but sometimes just to hash out the idea that I'm working out. I jump. I got a 160 IQ, so 10 years ago, I'd run 5 tracks of thought in my brain at the same time. And then when we got into the doing the drug stuff for the leukemia thing, it started to where the tracks weren't running parallel no more. I'm jumping timelines. So an experience that I may have from 20 years ago that is relevant to the conversation, I'll bounce back and forth between it. And so I started writing stuff down just so that I could coalesce the conversation that makes sense to me that's not making sense to others. And we joke about it in my alliance. We call it speaking muse. But it's one of those things where everybody knows I've got a reason for it. I'm just not always able to bring the subconscious thought to the conscious as easily as I'd like to anymore. I used to build and work on ion implanters, atomic accelerators. I could calculate the gauss that it takes to bend an atom that's been accelerated with 1,000,000 volts in my head. I can't do that anymore. So there's things lost there, and this is simpler stuff for me, and it's complicated for others. It would be a complete misuse of my talents if it wasn't me doing it on my own time and my own dime. There's no money in it, I promise you. If I get well, first of all, any money that comes in winds up going straight to my military charities anyway. But if we clear $600-700 a month right now, I'm happy. It's a lot of work for $600 a month. It's not even McDonald's money. Had to get the favorite. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's funny, because the style of thinking that I do is called Pythagorean thinking. It's very, very few people are Pythagorean thinkers. And then what Pythagorean thinker means is a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It's calculating what is not. It's calculating to a certainty what is not known. You cannot physically measure c squared. That's why you're doing a squared plus b squared, and we do that with all kinds of data translation. But the Pythagorean thinker is we fill in the holes with what we got, and then we chase and we know the holes with a certainty that we otherwise couldn't, and that's why when everyone's like, how do you know that? Can you prove that? I can't even hold a conversation to you about how I calculated it. So, how do you hold a conversation about proving something that's not ever provable because you can't physically measure it? It's weird. There's guys all over the world. I mean, I've met people way smarter than me, And one of the reasons I build these rooms, okay, is because there are guys smarter than me on this stuff. And then one of the things I like to tell people when I'm doing training and we do stuff like that, is like, if you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room. You're not learning anything. So when I build this stuff up there, it's not to, boost me up. It's for me to learn where the information is that I'm missing that will fill in that hole. That does help. The room's a sportsman-like room. And quite frankly, I use the UAC matchup because we tend to steamroll over people. I use that to gauge your character during the day. If I invite you into that room during UAC and you're running your mouth all morning, you're not staying in that room, I promise you. I like good people in there. I don't want to log in there and be aggravated. Spend small how? What is small? That's a relative term. I would say right now to spend competitively, you're at $40 a week. You can't lose randomness with me, man. Yeah. I can hold all 5 conversations at the same time and be thinking about something else. Yeah. I just got to be careful that last track doesn't jump out. I don't know. We took a big jump in power this week. We're hoping to get matched up with Kingdom 312 here shortly. Just to beat on them for a while. You haven't spent. Well, I've got players who haven't spent. I got a guy that has not spent the entire time. He bought the $1 pack. You got to do the $1 to open up the shooting gallery. Okay? And to open up, the bank thing. This is key for making your VIP stick. Okay? Now, the shooting gallery is your best friend ever. So what I'm going to do here, I'll do it on film. So right now for the low spend accounts, once that shooting gallery is opened up, reset. I shouldn't have spent all them coins when I was about to do this. But let's go to, I want to go get something I absolutely stinking just don't need. Let's do equipment. Let's say we're working on our gear. All right. Oh my God, they've upped the rewards in here again. So, Sun King. I want Sun King. Let's say that. I'm going to refresh. And where I'm looking for Sun King is I'm looking for it to be right here while I'm doing refresh. Now it'll move on the next refresh, but we're looking for this refresh. I'm going to honestly, that might work. Okay, I'm going to try. That. Well, like I said, I shouldn't spend them coins. I'll guarantee you the next shot is that Sun King. Okay, taking 5 coins to get Sun King. You get Sun King from Red Guard Raid. I think you get that some Sun King from now. But they up that shooting gallery so high that Sun King, I just put Sun King on my 410 account for free. Just went through the shooting gallery, slapped it out, shot it right up to Sun King 3. It's not hard. No, I think I got lazy and I spent $12 to finish that last pattern off instead of waiting a couple days. So the that's a good place. Of course, gear matters to people because gear is something they can show people, and then it's gear is something they can talk about with people. Oh, I better make sure I got my stuff on too, huh? So, man, I'm just sitting down at my PJs. All them guys had to do is watch this live event. They could have just put some damage on me, right? Okay, so that's key number one that I would be working on. And I tell you, it's a good idea to not try to jump the gear sets. The game is so forgiving now in the armory to where, like, oh, look, I got freaking retribution gear sitting here. Dismantle. So, oh, and there's something we can go over is the using the duelist boost, duelist rings. You notice I still have my duelist boost, duelist rings on, and that's because of battlefield treatment. This one stat. This one stat does not translate in a mega. Okay? So all the people that are tower sitting under your mega leaders need to have their duelist boots and their duelist rings on. It'll save a lot of troops' lives. So, big key tip there for tower leaders. Check your guys' gear setup. They don't need to be in the best gear they got. They're getting all the stats from you when you click the mega button. So don't turn around, hell, I got, and that's the beauty of getting this stuff opened up. It's like I got all my freaking sun gems in my duelist gear now. So if I happen to be under somebody else's mega, then I would swap out my two parts. I'll take that extra 20% battle treatment. That puts me at 80% when the mega hits. So 80% of my troops are going to live. And then what you want to be prepared for, because that talent, I don't even think I have it on right now, but that talent lasts 30 minutes. You're prepared to turn around with your speed ups and food and all that stuff's on your account. You rush out there, speed heal everything if you don't have a second march. I've got enough marches. And you jump right back in while you still got that life preserver kicked on, and you respond. It's your best time to respond. Don't wait for another hit, because they'll feign hits into towers trying to get you to pop your life preserver prematurely, and they'll call back at the last second trying to get everybody to pop their life preservers. And that way, when they do hit, they cause the damage. That tells you two things. They know that if they're risking that march, they need to bleed you. I will tell you the daily packs are getting to be not the most cost effective. Where's the... That was true until this thing come out. And this literally expanded off of a fight we were having about it. So I mean, look at all these light scrolls we got for free. So 3 light scrolls. You need 33 of these packs. $300 is what you would have got. Right? So holy crap. But right here, once you got those light scrolls for free, this $4.99 pack is a great cheap upgrade for your gems, because this gold spin here is going to get you that 1,000 gold, right? But more importantly, you're going to upgrade, and the next time the Time Lords comes around, you're going to get 150, 200,000 gold because you did spend here while this deal's here. So this is the plan ahead. The right now, what's the cost on that? $4.99 for that during the event for the upshade. Great time to double stack it. Get rewards. Do the event. Over here's where the stuff is super cheap right now. This is part of them moving from the pay to play to expanding the number of players who are paying. And you got all those protests like, oh, I spent $20,000 on my DH gear and you give it away for $1. Well, Bubba, we don't want to be a kingdom with 5 guys beating on each other in it. That company can't make money. So they got the voice to complain. And everybody thinks it's like there's a $200 million company that needs to be running the process there. So you got to understand that money's got to come from somewhere. Now, I agree, they get a little stupid on the spend requirements. Yeah, so yeah, you want to... Okay. I have no way to prove that damage transfers during Mega. But if I'm told that one of the stats down there doesn't, what is to make me to assume that the rest are? The battlefield treatment is the only stat that we can see transfers in real damage numbers. The battlefield treatment one. But we have no clue what the real roll would have been without that data directly to know if damage reduction might have been better than battlefield treatment. And that's a question I've got in the back of my mind, is I don't have any way to link those two together mathematically. So it's rumor and bullshit until otherwise proven. And it's just one of those things where everybody said it was. It came out of the Discord developer room. You have no clue if somebody just popped off their mouth to sound important a year and a half ago, and the rumor is stuck. It's math. I should be able to prove it. It's a certain science. There's no wiggle room. 2 + 2 always equals 4. Show me a method to prove that damage transfers, I will jump on board. But I need a method. I don't have the information that comes back from any stat report that will allow me to prove that. So that I will not set my foot solidly in that camp until I know it does. So my best bet is maximize the damage, and then you're safe. That's the reason I give the advice the way I give the advice is just make yourself safe so that it doesn't matter. But you get why. I don't want to tell you that it's an absolute, because I like absolutes. I can't prove it. Yeah. So yeah, work on your gear. Shooting gallery, you can't play absolutely free. There is no way to play this game and not open up. So what should be that spend? They talk about the dollar spend to open it up. I'll tell you what I'd spend the money on. And I do it every time. And I do it on all my farms. I buy this on every one of my farms. Because I want my farms in the shooting gallery. Oops, not where I want to go. I keep moving my store. In the equipment now, they moved this thing around twice. There we go. No, that's not it. There we go. The basic development equipment pack for $4.99. If you're wanting to play this game and be to where you can be involved in this game at some point, that's the $4.99 pack you buy. If that's the only thing you want to buy that one. Because with the shooting gallery, you will build level 5 farm gear and get all the RSS that you want for free. And then if you want to be more than a tower sitter one day, you are going to have to buy Splendor. And you're going to have to buy research gems. That's $200. Because you are not going to get anywhere fast enough to be that tower leader. So basing on what you're happy playing, you know, is what you need to focus on. If you're going to be the person that brings troops underneath someone else's heavy spend money under their mega, focus on your castle size. Uh, like I said, the stats transfer. So get the T10 so that you're bringing T10 marches to the tower. That's how you're helping. You're valuable that way. And don't let anybody tell you that you're not. The fact that you can't mega the tower doesn't make you any less valuable. You still need to bring a couple 100,000 T10s that day. So you want to know what you're going to play style be. If you've decided I'm going to be a tower leader, you've decided to be a coiner. I'm just saying that. You're gonna wind up spending money, and there is judicious ways of spending the money. Like I said, get in there to where you saved up your gold, and then I brought up Akira just because that she brought this point to me. It's like, how does the game is so unbroken? How do they expect these new kingdoms to spend $500,000 in gold? Like, oh, I just spent $500,000 in gold. I didn't buy it; they gave it to me, but I earned the loot to get the gold. I plan ahead. I make sure that I'm ahead on my stuff. I know guard stuff is coming up here shortly, so I'm close. I got 2 more of those. And then I'm going to have to start getting into where, like I said, when I coin, oh, look at there. It's going to be $19 to go up 1 stinking level. I'm hoping that by the time I get there, it's not $19 anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, DDB and Nightshade. Hey, we can show everybody a Nightshade. How many people are awake? We skip so many Nightshades because of the fact that we run a 24-hour schedule during those events. The next day, I've got everybody wiped out, and we lose our loot on Nightshade all the time. We just forget about it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, if you're waiting for somebody, Koji, then just wait. Not important. That's not what this was about. We'll do that. I miss out on more events than anybody in my alliance. I miss more gates, more stuff than anybody. Uh, I've got a very European alliance, and East Coast alliance. So the timing's never good for me out here in Mountain Time. Yeah, it's always slow after we do them big heavies. The so the other thing you've got to, for new players, you've got to work on these catacombs. You've got to get to level 8. It is not that hard. Koji has a video on stacking the buffs and doing things a certain way. It's a different method than I use. I actually had to go back to my method. I couldn't get his to work for me. I thought it took longer. But I follow the warrior path by the warrior gear. And that's something to talk about there. Growth. And I just don't have enough to do it. I've seen so many people misusing gear. Okay, like right now I got assassin gear on, but you need to have the executioner gear. Your talent tree has to match your gear set. Okay, and there's some mixed math, but that gets complicated. You better know what you're doing as you start mixing the gear. Uh, and the point to mixing the gear is to open a certain crest slot and throw away one that you don't need. Like on the warrior path, the retribution crests just don't mean a whole lot of anything. The I'll stack a few of them up there just to speed up in the middle, and then I'll burn them back down again. The so I'll throw pluses towards the greens while I've got a 4 defense. I'm waiting for all the crests for a 5. I'll stack them up on the greens just so that the I go through the mobs quicker. And then once I got enough, I'll burn that green back down to the ground and build my 5. Oh yeah, stack the talent buff on top of it too, there, Tommy. Pop your stamina thing there. Then you're only using 4 stamina. Get 25 hits out of a full stamina pot. There's just no loot in there that I'm worried about. I'm not burning my stamina pots up for that. The I'm at a different stage. If you're a younger account, yeah, go for it, man. All that stuff's good stuff, guys. There's a good secret there that a lot of alliances miss out on. All right, let's go into that. Uh, okay, the hero store not used properly enough. Now you see we're on badges, and everybody goes, "Well, what if your 26s need banners?" Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of things 26s need, and we'll rotate in banners. But one of the tricks we'll use is in our farm alliance we'll have banners running, and then what you do is you don't collect your chest over here. You hop over there at the end of the week and you grab all your banners and you come right back. You lose out on a gate timer, but you get banners and it doesn't screw everybody else. I've got to have these badges. The me having T11s for a tower is very important thing right now. The so, but when they're getting the badges in the alliance, we go down to the hero store, and badges are dropping faster. We click the plus button, right? We click the special. 74,000 hero store coins. Right? And don't accidentally sell them damn things, I'll cry. So if I've got them and I set up the farm so everybody else can get RG kit chests from 31 mobs, and our mains are getting those, then all my littles have got them too. They're doing their dailies, right? They're out there killing beasts, burning down their stamina. So they should have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hero store coins. That means they can buy out purple guards for extra healing. Not a specific one because it's very job oriented topic, Jose. I need to make a lot of little ones for the war talents. That's on. I got a list of projects, and so I need to make a war talents for being a tower leader. I need to make a list of war talents for being on sniper duty. And then I got to make the list of war talents different for guys with T10s than with T, because the T10s and the T9 guys are actually the same war talent setup, but the T11 guys will mimic. We'll go to a different path. Because there's damage in the T11 series. That's what made the T11s instantly so powerful. Was it added not only the 20% base cap to it, but damage was also added. Everybody got that? Bolt Nation still alive. All right. Okay, they did run one. Holy crap, I'm actually going to get to participate. Now, we can go over this. Show you some tips in here that people miss out on. Now, my alliance kind of tends to do whatever the hell they want to do because they all know what to do, right? All right, so why'd I pick that one? No stinking reason, really. But I want you to look up here at the top. Number of creatures 2. Number of creatures 1. You know what? I probably shouldn't have said easy. We probably could have done a wild pretty easily. Number of creatures 3. 2. So I got 5 people in this garrison. That's overkill. Now, the quality of the mob matters. The quantity of the mob matters. Having more people does not make it better, but having enough people with the right gear does a good job. Now, basically, it doesn't require a lot. And you don't get to set your march, so you just go in there with it. Now, these late moves. So somebody's a boob on film. Oh, he actually made it. You get 20-second window. So if there is less than 20 seconds before that mob hits and you moved, you screwed 2 points. That's the thing to look for. But we're looking down here for mob numbers, making sure there's enough. And then if you know you're going to have 30 guys in here, pop it in there, and you can do a set and forget. We can literally just leave this window. Now, I will tell you, I like this, but it's got too much delay. And I don't like the fact that it doesn't let me set up a sorting method. I should be able to go in here and mark people as runners versus the people who log in and just log out, so that I know. And then, quite frankly, once I mark them as runners, or even the guys that do log in, log out, let me move them. If I click like this, I shouldn't have to wait for them to click on the other side, because people don't keep looking at their phones. They're doing something else. The timing's off. So we got a guy that runs the thing. It would be nice if we just let the guy run the thing. You'd find a lot more people winning loot that way. Yeah, what is loot? Well, that's just sell more crap inside this place where it shouldn't be. I don't know what the loot is on easy. Yeah, we did a roll call, had 4 people, so we ran it easy. Yeah. So, it is what it is. And that's what I'm talking about. You can't expect people to be there at your beck and call just because you decided to talk into that chat. It's not their job to jump when I say jump. It's my job to make sure there's a schedule and then know that no one keeps to schedules. I ain't selling them badges. All right. So now we get into the blues. So if we were a weaker alliance or a startup alliance doing this, and people didn't have any gear, they're running in there, barely farm equipment on, no gems, stuff like that, There we would give a little more respect to the 2 and probably put 4 people in there. Okay? Or double up on the, or 3 people on it and double up 1 on the 1 for the blue. I don't think on easy you get any purples. So if you get the purple epic monsters, you got to show them the respect if you don't have the gear. And that's just you as the planner knowing who's got what. It's a good time for you as an R4 to really know what's going on in your alliance. You know who's got what gear on. One of the reasons we're doing this video today is because, frankly, we lost a little sight of that. We got so busy winning and doing our thing, we were starting to leave people in the dirt, and it was never our intention to do that. When people were quitting, I'm looking in their bags, and I'm like, my God, they had a C26 with frickin' Ret 5 sitting in their bags, and they're running frickin' farm gear all the time. They had nothing built. What's up, Ron? Glad you guys show out like this. What do we need to show? What's weak? Let's dig for weakness. I think you guys get too focused on what the buying portion of it is and not setting up for the not spending part. Oh yeah, it's Sundays are, that's one of those things where I can't do it. I probably could do it. People might be a little more entertained if we did the next one on a Saturday right in the middle of UAC. I'll think about it. I might actually do that. Then how are you going to watch your UAC channel if you're watching my UAC channel? So it's a catch-22. There's no rest. I use Sundays to catch up. I get all this stuff through the week, and then I got 2 or 3 videos that I need to try to keep short and how to the points. The goal here is to have reference videos that are just a little more clinical. Like I said before, the stuff was the rambling on because I was answering a question for somebody. And I think that's why it got so popular, was everybody acted like I was speaking right to them. So that personality thing helped me out a little bit, where it was one-on-one communication. It's just done 1 on 500,000 now. Oh, you're out. Take it easy, man. I recommend 2 fingers of scotch and put on Tuesday's Gone. The best way to relax. Yeah, everybody can't win. What kingdom are you in, Ron? Honestly, 2nd and 3rd is good loot boxes. And then if we rough roll over a bunch of opponents and they're not being assholes in the chat and stuff, we tend to turn around, because treasure at the end of the event doesn't matter points to. we will turn around and give up our fat towers to their littles to go in there and get their 80Ks. Yeah. Oh man, we're always the youngest on the list, so everybody assumes that's a weakness. You can bet when that bell rings, every monster in UAC is on our doorstep first thing. And when you were talking about the psychology of the game, we know that. And we know they're going to be there to try and just beat us down and just say, you stay down. And we don't. We beat them back. We make sure that it is going, that either you are going to spend every piece of gold you got in that castle today. I'll throw the psychology war back at you. I will back you back up into your kingdom. And it is on purpose every time that we do it. I've got a permanent chat room. And the reason for the chat room started for the UACs was when you see the matchups, I bring all the leaders in, and the point is not to make a deal, to bring all the leaders in at the same time so that you calm down on the nerd rage on the other side of the screen. That it's just a competition. We're here to have fun. We can laugh, we can joke. We can, we're playing the game together. Enjoy playing the game together. It doesn't have to be, every dirty trick and move and sly deal you can make to try and win. I know my guys are going to play out a strategy, and that's good enough for me. But you will find that those other UAC teams are often happy to help you learn new tricks of the trade so that you become a better strategy team. So it's the sportsmanship part of it. The minute that kid got a $3 million check on TV, and I told you, I own a computer store. I got every grandparent having me tell their kid they're about to be a professional game player. That dream is wet and wild now, and it ain't true. The bad cat. I don't get it. Well, I don't have to search for them. They tell you who you're matched with an hour before. So yeah, I guess I go in there and just send them an invite. Uh, Make a room just for that UAC if you want to, but I recommend you build a room like mine where you bring those good people in, and if they're not mouthy little pricks all day, and I'll tell you what, when you find the mouthy little pricks, you don't even have to agree to beat somebody up. Everybody's just going to go do it at that point. Or you find somebody who builds one of those uh, corner hack things, yeah, everybody's going to hate on that guy. So you just take turns beating on him. You don't have to make deals to know that somebody's trying to cheat the game to cheat you. But bringing people in those rooms, and then just boot the mouths out. Keep it civil. Keep it sportsmanlike, and you'll build yourself a collection of people that will help you grow in lots and lots of ways, not just UAC. It's one of those things where you can, talking back and forth between the kingdoms is a good thing. And you can choose who your friends are there. That's the beautiful part of it. Oh, yeah. There's one truism about anybody who has a cat. They got a box of shit somewhere in their house. Yeah. I don't like Discord. I don't like anything about Discord. There is no security in it. There's no safety in it. There's no oversight of it. And quite frankly, every single company that has been offloading their community support to Discord, you ask a question in a certain way and you get somebody talking about their feelings or what they thought of the question. Uh, I do not know how Discord became a staple. It is a mess. Well, I've got the one room where I bring somebody in from UAC, and then I'll decide based on that communication whether or not I'm going to let them stay in there. And then I do the same thing with the Blood War, but you got suspicious minds out there. They think that because there's so many people who try to cut a deal, that they don't even want to talk to you because they just want to play the game. So you got to find those people that just want to play the game and then want to communicate too. So you got to filter them. Yeah, well, I don't do voice chat overlay. I I'll tell you, back in the day, I ran what are they called? Ventrilo servers, and best thing ever. And then the iPhone came out, and everybody talking about how great the iPhone is. Well, from a technical standpoint, worst audio codec ever built. I had to downgrade every one of my quality servers so that they could be interfaced with Apple, and they are still using that IAC codec today. So it's the Apple players that give me a problem. And when we're talking about a phone game, now I got to deal with the Apple Mobile. And so I have hardware that I got $250,000 of hosting equipment that we run this stuff off of. Uh, the I really might get to the point where we put a platform in at Rogers Raiders to where we have a voice comm system that I like that works for everybody, that you can that some member of your alliance can go in there and pay $10 a month and your entire alliance has voice comms. Where you can, and then maybe build a custom feature in there that says, "This is my opponent today. I'd like to invite them in for friendly chat back and forth there too." The Yeah, we used vent servers back in WoW religiously. I had, and then we had one Apple guy, and we made it work for that one Apple guy, and the quality went to crap. The and I was like, man, I'm seriously thinking about throwing you out of the guild just because you're on an Apple. It just doesn't work. Yeah, don't ask anybody if they own an Apple because if they do, they'll tell you first. Yeah, you don't have to ask them; they'll tell you. I got nothing against Apple guys. I learned to program an Apple IIe Basic in 1984, so it's not there's not some direct drive. It's just the marketing and bullshit doesn't meet the reality. Uh, the I built video processing machines that are used by movie studios, and I can tell you right now, I'll blow an Apple way out of the gate. We run 36 gig per second worth of data transfer on our digital transfers. Apple can't even come close. The but the Samsung's cheaper, the tablets are cheaper, and since I've got bad eyes, I've got an Apple iPad, I've got my Samsung tablet, and my Samsung tablet is 50 times clearer than my Apple is. And it doesn't get hot. And the battery lasts longer. And it costs a third of the price. Plays the same damn game. Generally 9 times out of 10, somebody's buying an Apple because their friends bought one. So it's just it's just business sense. I live out here in the oil field area, and people just, they bounce around these oil field things, and their stuff hits the floor a lot. You can hit a bump out here where you can drop a truck in a 3-foot hole just out of nowhere. So, I mean, your tablet's going to hit the roof and the floor real quick. The so there's just, we know what cost effectiveness is. We try to keep companies' costs down. So that's where my recommendations on hardware come from. I've got a series of stuff that we're going to do to help people that want to do what I do, where you make the videos and the how-tos. And I'm going to show you how to get set up for free and do this on a laptop and get started. And if you get a body of work together, and I look at it and I say, well, that helps people, I will actually literally just throw it on the traffic train that is Rogers Raiders. The 500,000 people coming through there will look at your videos and you'll go shooting up in the ranks. And eventually Google will deem to give you a little bit of money. It's very little, but some. But you can't go into it thinking you're going to make money. You actually got to like it. You got to like teaching people. Because if you don't, you'll get burned out long before you ever get your first check. For me, I grew up on a skydive drop zone. We owned a farm, and then we owned a skydive company. I was skydiving out of planes when I was 12. So I was flying planes, packing parachutes for 35-year-old men at 12 years old. And if you can trust a 12-year-old to pack your parachute, it's about what you know to do. Laptop with auto mouse. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I could do anything on that. Laptops tend not to be very good computers. If you're gonna buy a good laptop, you got to buy it in June. I get pre-samples of what's coming out for the next year in June of this year, so that those deals are gone. But I can buy a $1,500, $1,600 laptop for about $400 my cost and sell it at $600. So somebody's buying a $1,500 laptop for $600. And it'll last them years, and they're Uber laptops. But I only get onesie twosies of those. I don't get to go buy 30 of them. It doesn't work that way. They send me samples for me to test. I've won a few build awards out there, and once you've won some build awards, companies will seek your opinion on next year's product. And I buy up enough of them and I sell them to my customers just so I can stay on that list. But we get laptops in here with the latest greatest processors and tons of RAM, and that new Ryzen from AMD, I'm stinking impressed. That is way better. They kept their mouth shut about how good that thing was. The Intel AMD fight is a courtroom fight more than a technological fight. Intel turns around and tells distributors, if you sell AMD, we're not going to sell you Intel. And it's against the law. And they've been taken to court, and Intel's lost 6 times. They just pay the fine and keep doing it anyway. And they have effectively kept AMD down for 10 years just by saying, screw you, I'll pay the fine. But you got to be in the insider business for that crap. But I got crippled up for a while, and I said, you know what? I'm going to buy an Xbox. So I bought me an Xbox One, and my God, I've never been so bored in my life. It's how does somebody sit there and play Xbox all day long? Like I said, if I didn't have this other stuff going on, I wouldn't play this game this much. Hey, Pentium 3 was awesome. Here's a secret that's not a secret anymore. But when I was in the Navy, I was building a joint operational tactical system. It's where we combine all the satellite integration into the field stuff. And I was working with a top secret processor called the Pentium. And that processor, when it got released, was the Pentium 3. That was back when Sun Systems was a thing. That's a machine that scared me. We dumped 6,000 gallons of salt water down inside that thing. I cleaned it, rebuilt it, turned it on, nothing. We satellite phone in with the company. The guy says, just leave it on. It'll come back to life. I'll be damned if 6 days later that computer didn't boot on its own. The complete Cybertron. Still to this day, I have no clue how a computer that's poured with salt water on it down it would suddenly know how to reroute circuitry. And I know a lot about computers. We're way off subject. Yeah. This is the area. The wood's getting cheaper. The ebony's getting cheaper. It's also flowing more freely from events. So, at this point, I would tell you, get your cookbooks. That's going to be where they're going to charge you the money, is getting the cookbooks. And then start getting your wood and stuff together, your ebony together. So right now I'm just at the 1,800 ebony for each upgrade. But I just did like 2 upgrades, so and I still got 300. So it's flow. I didn't even pay attention. Well, I did. It was the honor event. The honor event just threw freaking ebony at us. Sun Systems, yeah, that was the one. The did I say that? Did I say Sun Systems? Or did you know that one? I don't remember if I said it or not. Yeah, it was spooky. And you got to understand that thing had a tape drive to load software with. We dumped 6,000 gallons of salt water down inside that machine. It was, while it was on, no one had any hope of that thing ever coming back to life. I keep doing it. Okay, the reason the power, I know I keep talking about it, and that's because there is so much involved with being a tower sniper. A tower sniper has to do 3 separate formations. They have to know situational stuff to jump into. They kind of need to move a lot quicker. They need to move a little bit on their own without being the pain in the ass because they're moving on their own. So you got guys that want to jump to another kingdom and take out a tower real quick. So it's as simple as, if somebody's in a tower, oh yeah, I burned down their fort. So I have about 6 of their forts laying around there. So let's say people are filling up slow, okay, and you got somebody with the stats and power to be a sniper. You can jump to that kingdom and get those guys that did gold spend before the tower fills up. You can set a kingdom back in the first 3 minutes. Now, the defense against that is, you as R4s, R5s need to tell everybody, if somebody plops their butt right there in the forest to sniper you out, hit recall. don't take that hit. The guy plopping in there thinks he can pull the job off, and that means he probably can. So everybody, the first 15, 20 minutes as you're filling towers. So I like to tell everybody, you fill that castle first. I mean, just fill it up. It's the hardest thing to sniper. Okay? You fill that up, and then you start northeast, southwest, and you fill those towers up. It's okay to leave a tower open. If it's taking everybody, if you don't have the gold in the kingdom, it's okay. So it's going to take you 20 minutes to get that last one full. But fill them up first. And if people aren't paying attention and they click fill and then logged off, and a lot of people do, it's early in the morning, guys. So one of our kingdom trolls right there. So the hiding in the middle of the forest, that was sneaky. We got people out there hunting for our little trolls and predators out there, and we found him by mistake. Okay, unlucky for you. That was my number one collaborator, and he didn't know I knew. He didn't know that I knew. He was always talking nice to me, being nice. But he was the guy passing information. Everybody goes, "Why are you leaving him in there?" He says, "Because I'm not letting him pass the right information. I'm feeding stuff to him, seeing what comes out the other end." So, like I said, mind games. They want to play them with me. You're in deep trouble. So yeah. So when the snipers come in, they can start clearing these things out. They need to pop, 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 pop. It's cheaper to use the teleport than it is to frickin' keep gold spinning from all over the place. So you want to teleport around and then get out of there before you find somebody that's big enough to kill your sniper. The guy that's probably manning the palace probably could kill your sniper. And if he withdraws to do that, you need to be prepared to get out of there. But if you can knock out 1,000,000 troops in 4 quick hits, man, you just done something. And I'll tell you, some of the stuff for the strategies on these things, guys, is I tend to want to know exactly what my total troop volume is for the day. Do I have 65 million? Do I have 75 million troops at my disposal? Where are they at? When they're going to be at? It's not a guessing game. The math's got to be there when the math needs to be there. And so it's something to pay attention to. But other uses for snipers is on hardened towers. Now, when we talked about the snipers, war talents hadn't come out yet. So your snipers now are going to probably tend to be C-35s or better. I don't recommend. We used to do it with C-30s regularly. I've done it with C-30s for a year, and I don't recommend it no more. Right? Did I get anything? You don't have any troops. Yeah. He ain't in the forest no more either. So it's good that I hit him. Yeah. I would say your snipers have to be 35s now. There's guys who are going to say, well, my stats are, you need the T11s for the damage and the damage reduction to be effective in that role. Okay, that's just what it is. And so the sniper is going to be one of those jobs that you, as a kingdom, need to feed a lot of food to and iron and silver to build troops with. He's going to have to buy a lot of speed ups, and the depth of the food for just a single batch. To build a 2,000 batch of T11s is what, 2 million food? And he's got to do that times 300,000 troops. times on one tier on one leg, and basically got to build 1,000,000 troops again if he lost a lot. Uh, Now the point to him is hit the weak spots fast, but with different march plans, we can go distance heavy on a first march, and that will effectively knock out a lot of cav, which does help you with my blend knock out a lot. Have the cav that's already in your march knock out a lot of infantry. So you'll see the Spinebreaker 2 turn around and take out a lot of infantry. And you see that it's distance heavy, and that's because the distance is protecting the cav that's doing the job, if that makes sense. It's not a straight shot of cav kills infantry, so I need more cav. Well, no, I need cav to be alive because they're not that strong of a troop. So you got to protect them, and you do that with distance. So there's a balance there. Oh yeah, we that's a good way to get people spending gold early too in the morning. The You got to realize they're handing gold out pretty religiously, and that's become a factor in the KVK that I've added in the calculation lately. Is how deep of the gold are we fighting? Our K352 fight that went viral, that guy's gold didn't end. The that's where you guys saw the shouts at GunMuse for freaking 4 weeks because we killed every troop that was in that kingdom, and that one guy had enough gold to hold off our entire kingdom. The you know, and we took him from 1.4 billion down to I think we got him down to 700 million, and he coined back up while we were fighting him. So he was down to nothing but his T12s, T11s. He had no troops left but that. We took him down hard. The the But his complaint was like, why don't you roll over? Everybody else rolls over. We don't do that. Yeah, we play to win. It's not hard to have 2 million gold. Once you're so big nobody touches you. Yeah, think about it. They hand me out 150,000 gold just the other day. Uh, if if I wasn't doing other stuff with it, it'd sit there and then I'd have 300,000. It wouldn't be but 2 months of doing nothing. I'd have 2 million gold all day long. Uh, the If you're getting the top, and those guys are I'm getting 150K. I could hit that number. Those guys, our two C40s are getting a 500,000 gold every gold event. Hell, there's 3 of them sometimes in 1 week. So if they only got 2 million gold, what the hell are they spending it on? And I'll tell you where the gold gets spent on those bigs is using speed ups is a pain in the ass. It's a 3-click deal, and it's a lot easier to just click gold buy, gold buy, gold buy on building troops. They won't even buy the RSS or anything else. They just go buy it. So it's kind of a game throwback. You spend a lot of money. Here's this gold to keep you playing. Because if you quit playing, the other people who are spending money because you're not spending it anymore are going to quit playing. Yeah, we've seen that. War books are your advantage if you're coining. That's the place to spend the money right now. That's the only place that you can add damage to your account. Yeah, that sudden death guy that I was talking about from 352, he coined up a bunch of stats in the middle of the fight too, as well as troops. The he jumped almost 150 stats right in the middle of the fight. Yeah, because we were chewing him down. and we were patient enough to do it. And if you're in that thing where you're overwhelmed, patience is key. Get them cornered, beat them up with the cannons. Doesn't cost you anything for him to take cannon hits. And if he's willing to turn around and back out half his troops to save troops, he's hurt. I mean, you can take the palace back. You can break the buffs up. We knew that if we could have got him out of that palace and took that palace back, that we left so few troops in the kingdom, they could have never rallied us back no matter what they found. But we had to break that palace, and we just ran out of time. We know what we needed to do. We just ran out of time, and it was a good fight. Everybody had fun. I don't think anybody but the Iridis crew said one ugly word about all that blood. I mean, other than wow, it was a hangover the next day. I guarantee you, we probably spent trillions in food rebuilding the troops in the kingdom. We lost half our power. Yeah. But we've got ways of mitigating that. There's let me pull that. What the hell are you doing there, guy? You know, I killed that line, and yet it's talking to me. So the new one just doesn't listen to what I got to say. So let's look at something here real quick. All right. And this is my explanation on damage. Great strats are on that. Okay, so here's the article and a video to go with it, I guess. Nope, that's just a screenshot. No, I did put a video in there. Okay, so this is where I've been going back and duplicating up on the content. And what we're talking about there is where you're bringing, guys are bringing 250 to, they're upping their March caps. They're spending all this time, money, and gold on boosts that you don't really want to use. I don't want my littles bringing every troop they got to die. If I've got a rally cap of 1.5 million troops, well, it's 1.5 million troops, total, but I've got 15 rally slots. So bring smaller marches so that when the rally fails, that you don't overwhelm hospitals. You don't take 5 guys out of your match. You spread damage across 15 players who can hit the heal button. See, and it's not just about the heal button. What we discovered about rallies was damage rollover between the tiers. So your number 1 guy does 100 damage taking a tower. Your number 2 does 100 damage. Number 3. So this is somebody attacking a tower. They brought 5 players. And they brought it against the same million troops. So there's their million troops. There's the defensive million troops. Okay? Player 1 takes 100 damage, but could only absorb 80 of it. He gets hurt. Well, the 20 leftover damage from the first player 1 gets rolled into the damage of player 2 versus player 2. Okay, so now player 2 gets to hit that tower for 120 damage. Just mythical numbers here, all right? And then there's 20 left over from that. So the player 3 is now hitting for 160 damage. And the player 5 is hitting for 240. Well, now they're out of players. And it starts to roll backwards. And then by the time you get down to your 8th player in defense that's running a 75k or 125k march, they're not taking any damage. You win the fight. They get zeroed. and it's about damage rollover. If it was 5-on-5 because they had superior stats, they would have won the fight. By bringing it up in there and spreading that damage out, you win the fight, and you spread your damage out that you absorbed. You're still going to, I mean, the in-math roll on this is how the roll is taking place while the hit takes place. All right. What happens to the troop loss is completely different. They get an outcome of the roll, then they kick it over to some other calculator, and they spread that damage out in some other fashion. So it's not that player 8's not going to take 0 damage. It's just player 8 took 0 in the internal roll that allowed for the win light. So now these guys are the losers. We need to calculate who did what damage and spread it out for losses on this as well. So it's there's really two things taking place there. And people get caught up in the graphics where they see a march go rushing into some place and they say, well, your artillery comes in last, so it must be protecting something. That's a graphic. It's got nothing to do with the math. Oh, yeah, I forgot they got help from that other kingdom, too. But we've kind of been beating on everybody for a while. Yeah. So, I mean, this is a complicated thing. And this is one of these things where you, as leaders in the kingdom, are going to have a problem convincing people to enact this stuff, to build a formation, to click and stick to it. Because there's another factor where we talked about rushing to fill towers. Well, not everybody's going to rush to fill towers. So you want to fill those towers up, and if you can fill them with 5 guys in a million, first thing, do it. And then have those guys start withdrawing their marches one by one and making space for 2 smaller marches to refill that tower. Okay? You want to secure it quickly, fill it properly. It's not, if that makes sense. We're hardening it as fast as we can for the first moments of the fight, and then we're hardening it against a long, brutal day. And I promise you that when somebody comes scout your towers and they see a bunch of proper formations, they think twice about hitting your towers. Guys who know how to play this game see proper formatted towers. That's your best defense ever, proper formations. Because it will visually scare your opponent if they know what they're doing. Take a look at sending people to the calculator. Now, on the website, you can see this, but on your phones, this looks like a black bar. There's pull-down menus. The Spinebreaker 2 is directly intended for C30s, T10s now. I optimized everything for that. Okay. And then you see down here where it says War Talents. That's the guide to where I built this formula for the war talents I specified for this formula. And like I said, once we get to where you can make a guru calculator for specific jobs and do this for yourself, you'll be able to do this with making combo mixes, because I had 220 formulations we got to do in a formation before, and now I'm adding war talents to the damn thing. So, I mean, the infinite calculations get pretty big there. So you see where I told you to put the war talents. Stack them up there. There's methods to the madness. And based on just how many you got. And like right now, I'm running, that you just saw, I'm running the T9, not the T9 distance, the Cav, Tier 8 Cavs, and I'm running the T5 distance. Because doing the T5 distance gave me an extra 10% on my kill attacks. It would not be a good setup for a defense. So, like I said, if I was doing defending somewhere, I'd pull them out of the T5s and put them back up at the T9 infantry. Lot to explain. And it's actually easier to build the calculator than it is to build an interface for the calculator. I built the calculator in 4 days. The interface took 2 months. So that's the rollout layout to that. So when they make changes, I make changes. But man, I've got a good system here to where I think I can build them out a little faster than I was before. So. And then the other one that's a good one. And then go down through here. I got Esquay's YouTube gallery right here. All right. It updates automatically. He puts content up on YouTube. It's up there. Got a nice reference point for that. You don't have to go digging for it, remembering it. Watch his content directly there. You can sit there and binge watch this stuff. Guarantee you, he's got 7 pages of videos, and that's why I looked at who was competing out there with me. He does a better production value. He's better at making it look good than I do, and I said, okay, I'm going to promote that guy. That's just how that works. So. I got the power to do that, so I got the responsibility to do it, in my opinion. So that's how that worked. Yeah, I think that's how I found him. Is I was seeing who was sponging off keywords, because guys will sponge off keywords without actually doing the content. And I found him, and he not only was using the spine breaker. Matter of fact, the video I found was like, well, I finally broke down and used a wolf formation after not doing it for so long, and holy crap, I got great results out of it. And then he mentioned my calculator, so I was like, he credited where he got the work and the word from, and I went and looked, and that made me look at the rest of his work, and I was like, it's all good work. The good high production value. I was happy to promote it. And the recent events. I'm going to rethink security because there's haters out there that just hate because this exists, because they were con artists. They talked you into saying we need one big guy. Everybody send your RSS to me, and that's how they got ahead back in the day. And I said that doesn't work. I can do this a lot better. And I created my own little predator team that chases me from kingdom to kingdom. And that's how that stuff got out of hand. But I compartmentalize at the end of the day. You don't bug me. You just you bug me that you're bugging other people to bug me. Even then I wasn't giving enough a damn about it. But the follow me stuff. So like people that want to get a hold of me, LinkedIn is where I'd like to do it at. LinkedIn is for business. I do a lot of stuff on LinkedIn because I interface with the media and politicians and lots of states and stuff. There's a lot of things I do consulting on, and it just makes a nice central area for that. I don't like to answer how do I plunder the catacombs questions on LinkedIn. But if you got something you want to approach me with business wise, that's the place to do it. I have been sending stuff out to Twitter so you can get updates there. And I did a GunMuse page, which I converted my old GunMuse page to what I did on Facebook. And I don't like it. And I can't believe how many people use Instagram. This thing auto submits to Instagram. I don't do it on my own. So and then there's my YouTube. So we got to plug myself here somewhere along the lines. You guys, if you haven't subscribed, there is a subscribe button there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to show Esquay how to do that little trick of getting the instant subscribe pop up. Yeah, it's kind of handy. Subscriptions don't really mean anything, in case you're wondering. The the it's view list, it's time on list. The reason I'm popular is because people actually follow through the videos and they click through to watch my videos. It's those are the numbers that matter. Is did people look at it and do they want to look at it? So the so subscribe there. The like buttons are always good. If there's questions, see that one like there is the Mamuchins. Friend of mine come in from the Navy from 30 years ago, and he goes, "Hey, here these are the Mamuchins are traveling around the world in the RV and they're building the YouTube channel." And we were drinking in the bar that night, and I thought I recorded 15 minutes worth of video, and I recorded like 15 seconds. The and that thing went freaking viral for some stinking reason, and dragged them up into their 1,000 subscriber list, and gave them the point to where they could click when I get syndicated, and so I was happy for them, and I've started giving them pointers. It's not on topic, but the I need to delete that video because it actually drags down my other stuff, and it's helping them right now, and it's the only reason I leave it up. It's just a friend of a friend thing, but I kind of deleted everything else. I used to have all my hot rod videos out there. I built engines. I had an 800 horsepower 5.3 liter Chevy that was operating on pump gas. And I had a video of me running it up on the dyno. Not relevant to this stuff, so I need to do it so you guys find content better. And then when you find content better, they find Esquay's content better. So there's lots of math involved in the math to get the math involved. Boosting what? If you're going to be on the conservative type, then you're going to stack your defense and health gems. We're really that's wrong. That's the wrong way. We just had this discussion, and my co-captain Lily Fairchild in there, co-commander in the thing, she pointed out, well, if you're going to be under mega, that guy's stats matter. So what you need to worry about is making sure you have attack and health on your account while you're growing, so you do better in events, and that gets you more loot. Individual players, I boost individual players all the time. I just don't tell you I'm going to do it till I do it. Basically, I look around at who has impressed me, and I reward that. I gave a castle away to a person in another alliance. Yeah, we boost players. I can't fight, but to separate from that is my players aren't just the random people I started with. I filtered them. I found people I could play with and enjoyed playing with, and so I'm happy to boost any one of them. And then when we bring other people, like we just had 9 players from the French Alliance who said we want to come play with you, and I said okay. Now I'm not making any of them R4, and it may seem as like, well, I was an R4 over here, but nobody's asked me. But I had that before. Everybody wants to be R4. The how about you just play with us for a while and see if you assimilate? Don't come in here trying to be in charge, because when I'm not there and somebody's answering questions, it needs to be somebody of authority of what we do here. So we have a strategy and a style, and we set up what we're going to do on Saturday the week before. That way I got 5 days to get people ready. We got days to remind and send out mails, and nobody reads their damn mail. That's just a plague on the planet. Yeah, my old, if any of you guys from Mom are in there, they took that approach. And I didn't say anything. I just disagreed with it. And that was kind of I knew that the guy they were boosting had the money to be boosted, and but he didn't have the temperament to do anything with it. Love the guy to death, but he was never going to engage. So there's a lot more to it than just getting one big castle. That guy's got to be committed to doing the damage. I'm telling you, once you decide to go to war footing, it's war. Don't let up. Eat them up. Burn their tiles. Make sure everybody inside on that line is complaining, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Oh yeah, our leader can't keep his mouth shut. That's why it's happening. Can't stop burning people at will. Yeah, barbecue's just too nice of a guy. I knew when they started boosting barbecue that, one, his time schedule wasn't going to allow for it, and two, he's too nice of a guy. He does not like conflict. I don't like conflict, but once that trigger's pulled, it's pulled. Yeah, the goal should be a peaceful kingdom, but you got to get to the point of where you got to know why you're hurting somebody to make that happen. It can't just be random. It can't be random people. Figure out where the source of the problem is and deal with that. And remember that we are playing with team jerseys on. So there may be 6 guys causing you problems inside of an alliance, and 94 guys have no clue what's going on because they log on and that guy's nice and they talk inside their AC and nobody's paid attention to what's going on outside the alliance. But it doesn't mean you get to let them off the hook out of kindness. You waver there, you've lost. I promise you. You show a predator weakness and a predator will kill you. Every time. Maybe not that day, but he will sit back. These guys that we're dealing with in 362 have been plotting for 7 months. And they wound up getting caught confessing in KC that they've been doing it. And then tried to spiel it back and spam the KC and roll it off. But man, once the word got out, they had no friends left. So, that's not true. There's a lot of events. You've got events every week. Keep people growing to do better in events. If you are training people to get better in events, you are never bored with what you're doing. I promise you. I got people that didn't know a thing about the game that are training the new people coming into the alliance right now. Teach them to pass the knowledge along. And watch them while they do it and see what they've missed. Because people like to take shortcuts to my shortcuts. I offer a world of shortcuts. But if there's a shortcut to my shortcut, you need to tell me about it. Same thing in business. Used to be 9-10 hours to clean up a computer, and I've gotten that down to 45 minutes. We can build a computer from scratch. 45 minutes. But you can't shortcut my shortcuts. You're not going to build it in 42 minutes. Just not going to happen. I'm hearing the too many events from lots of places. Just randomly hearing those words coming. Too much events. Yeah, there seems to be. They build an event, and the problem winds up being that they don't know how to schedule events or use the events interactively. Like the Blood War, when I come up with the concept of the Blood War was supposed to be able to resolve in kingdom conflicts to where you could challenge another alliance in a Blood War, and it was a 1 hour no loss event. Yeah, put some skin in the game. RSS, you could have RSS betting, and it would have made it competition blowout fun. But and then somebody gets better or times or they say, well, we want to try a different time schedule, things like that. Or the challenger gets to set the time schedule. So that would have been a better use of that event, and it would have been a place where people could have coined to get boost advantage, like it's set up in the store in there now. So they could have had alliances popping off 5 Blood Wars a week, coining against each other. And it wouldn't have been anybody's fault but the people who are joining the Blood War. Can't blame the game because you want to spend your money. But again, they couldn't get out of their bubble of thinking on the pay for play. Exactly. That's what made me look a hard look in 362 was we couldn't fill one rally. And I couldn't get the guy that was trying to fill the rally to understand that the problem was not that he couldn't have the 8 guys that I had in the palace, because I knew Becco had 3 C40s waiting to pop my ass out of there. Was the fact that the problem is you don't have enough people for a rally, and if it fails, you have nothing. So where is my 150 guys that I normally have? So mine's a good quickie one. You don't have to do logins or none of that stuff to do it on the Wolf Hunter. Calculators. The Wolf Hunter calculator does the wolf and the gates. I've got a page set up for the gate calculator because I know they're going to change the gate mob soon, and I'm going to need a unique gate setup. So I know it's coming, and I got it built, and all I got to do is plug some numbers in. But so use the wolf. That makes it quick and easy. If you go over to Revenge Calculator, they've got a wolf calculator that's a little more in depth. They trick you into thinking that your stats matter, and I promise you, it's the formation that matters. Your stats are what your stats are. Just roll with it. Stack your attack. Stack your troop stats. So that's gonna. Yeah, call him back in a minute. So don't get too caught up in the stats on the wolf events. It is the formation that matters. So the formation's good here. I don't require you to log in behind login walls or any of that stuff. You can just pluck it out of there and plug it in. That's the beauty, the ease of that. That's the difference between me and Revenge is they will let you cherry pick which troops, and they give you a lot more buttons to click. I'm within 3% every time, and I use my own. So unless you're trying to be that guy that's trying to squeak by that other guy by just 100K more damage over 10 hits, doesn't matter. Like I said, I don't even respect my airship anymore. It's just all formation. March cap. The larger your march cap, the better you'll do. So play around with your tip wonders. You'll see a big gain there. And yeah, there's a set. You know what? I've got a wolf video and I didn't embed it in the page. I'll get off my butt and get that done today. So that the how to set your airship and stuff up for wolf is right there with the calculator. I'll make that happen. So that's me not looking and paying attention. Can you tell Google listens to me? It's trying to sell me oxygen. No, we don't spy on people. I've never typed the word oxygen in my computer. That is literally coming from my phone, listening to me. I'm actually trying to get back into the World of War Classics, guys. I didn't choose those ads, but I've got a bid in for them guys too if they'll get me the press packs. I love the World of War Classic. Was a deep strategy game. There's a lot of strategy in those dungeons, and I loved that. I liked the strategy portion of it. And we ran 40-man teams, so it was a lot. It was complicated. Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming out there. If you guys, what did I promise? 5 hours? Did I go my 5 hours? I honestly didn't know if my voice was going to hold up that long. It's going to be dead sore tomorrow. Right? We used to run a Nixia just so that we had the buff to run that. So it was back to back, and back in the days when you had to run and travel to all that stuff. I'm talking about a dedicated rating guild. Used to be like an hour and a half to get out to Anixia. Just freaking run time. I was the only paladin in the original game to have Anixia's sword. Because no one could figure out how to get a paladin to tank Anixia. And the secret was mage gear. Because the aggravation was based off magic damage, not physical damage. Alright, guys. Time's for setting up your hear that alarm going off. Means I need to get in the event center. And we got 30 seconds more before the event comes up. Yeah, I think when they nerfed the game, they took the strategy portion out of it, and it got even worse with the third one towards the end. It was just too easy. had somebody come to the office door there. Okay. Yeah, the strategy stuff, like, I'll show you right here. I still play Civ 4. And that's a game where you got to think 9 hours in advance. So I love deep strategy stuff. It entertains me, keeps me occupied. I can play Sim 4 while doing like 90 other things. I'll play that game just to keep my mind occupied on the task that I'm trying to get accomplished sometimes. That's why it's on my desktop. Just keeps me going. All right, guys. Esquay is going to be putting up one of these. We're gonna try to do some swapping off, and hopefully in the course of the next 2 weeks, we get better at what we're doing. Because this was not the way I'd set it up. It's not the look and feel I wanted, and I really wanted to see more C26 come in there and ask specific bag and gear questions, and we didn't get that. We got more people that are interested in the high-end strategy stuff, which tells me that that's probably where we need to dedicate some stuff towards. Which I hate the thought of putting my KVK on a live event, because I want to win our KVKs. And me telling you all my little secrets doesn't help me. And I think it would be detrimental to the kingdom for me to do that to them too. But I think what I will do is I will try to hunt around for a list of KVKs that I can monitor and film. And then we'll show some how-tos on that. Like, I watched K410. It would have been good for me to broadcast live what they were doing wrong. A guy named Outlaw was hanging out in the forest in the opposing kingdom, which means they could poison water him, and he didn't even know it. And he was not only that, had he been some uber king, he wasn't hanging out near the towers. He was hanging out near the edge in the forest, where an alliance had a boot strategy capability on him. So they could have poison watered him and booted him. So those are the things that you'll learn. But you can cost the kingdom about an hour and a half of pain making that mistake. So we'll look around. And then maybe if we do something live like that on a KVK day, then we'll just have people throw in suggestions of which kingdoms to be looking at. And then you guys can be my spotters. You want to go over the Kingdom's Arms Race strategy that I'm deploying now? Let's look at this. I like the Kingdom's Arms Race now. I hated it. Okay. So, I got to do two things here. I got to get us in our blood wars. All right. I'll tell you guys, I found that on the end of the week, you're going to find a lot of KVK teams in them Blood Wars. I don't like any of the time slots whatsoever, but it is what it is. All right, so Kingdom's Arms Race strategy. Let's do this, because this is a good learner. This is where I'm telling you where you get ahead on events. And you got to think strategy in the long term. So I haven't seen it. You guys may have looked at it already, but I haven't seen it. So I'm going to go in blind. So Kingdom's Arms Race. Let's see what we got. Okay, so what am I building? So, what did I say I was building earlier? I'm working on that ebony. So what I would do is I would go through these quests and I would find everyone with ebony on it so that I can increase my curiosities. So that the next time the curiosity thing rolls around, even though it just rolled off. I hate the 2 button to get over here. So these are a little harder for me to do. So I can do that one real quick. I'm going to choose that building one because I just happen to have my stuff cooking, but I ran out of speed ups. But there's more now. And then what you want out of these expeditions, everybody goes for the speed ups, of course. But quite frankly, if you're a growing account, spam these. Spam these intensity gears. Stop buying speed ups. Buy your troop ones, stockpile them, and then get enough to finish off. The only thing you should be speeding up when you're growing a castle is your walls and your castle itself, so that you can get to the next stages of timers. Because if the way the timers lay out, all the loot will drop for free within the timer span. And then you just speed up to kill them big, long 20-day deals. So just have enough for that. If you're low on coins and things like that, that's the strategy to do that with. Didn't look. And then, of course, I got another 15,000 coming back in. So I don't really get low on coins. I'm just at that stage. You'll get there eventually if you're not there now. So, what do I got that's cooking? This one is the lowest one, speed up. And my little light went off. Quest complete. Submit. And then, of course, we get big bonuses because we were high in alliance rank last time. So winning makes more loot for winning, right, guys? Alright, so that's important. And then go on my growth. Where's, oh, chess. Alright, so I got 35 essence out of that. I got 4 more quests to do. I'm getting 150 of these, right, or so per day. I'm going to upgrade one of my curiosities, and my next upgrade is going to give me 40% more stats. That's going to give me more gold in the top up. That's all free. So the Kingdom's Arms Race kind of sucks, but know what you're trading off. Like there, I'm trading Spimers for what I had to do anyway. Alright, so here's the dirty little secret for sticking around so long. Alright, guys, don't go freaking stupid viral with this or they'll patch it. Okay, so if I go to my estate, what am I going to do? Oh. Because they moved my button. I got so used to where buttons were, and now they're in a different place. I'm sitting here brain locking on a button. So 5. So I'm looking for this, the raised bounties. But of course, I want the raised bounties for the stuff I want. Not happening. But I'll tell you, oh hell, I'm not going to miss that one. I got wood laying around for days. So I'm staying focused on getting one area up so that I do better in that area so that I get more gold so that I can do more events next time. So that this is how we stockpile for these events. We can take a nice 3 month long strategy on this stuff. Donate food to the kingdom. I don't need no more stinking gears, that's for sure. Okay, so what I'm looking for is the loot that I want. And I want it to be a donate bounty. Because what you do is you go into your hero store and you say, oops. Personal bounty. Now, normally we would tell everybody, okay, so if it doesn't have badges on it, then you donate to it. If they ran a bounty on badges, you ignore it and you get a refund. And you get credit for it. Kind of the RG camp thing. They're going to patch it anyway. I already heard rumor. They because the rumor got started with the RG camp thing with me, which actually got started from the starter video for me telling people how to do the heel hit workaround. And then they started looking at some stuff. And they looked at our alliance doing a whole crap load of personal bounties, and I got told that that's going to go away. So I'm going to let you know now, and hopefully you can beat them to the punch. But yeah, just raise personal bounties, and then the rule should be in the alliance. If it's aristocrat badges, because aristocrat badges are the worst bounty you can raise. Now I actually have to raise an aristocrat bounty to make my C35 this week. I'm not chasing them level 6 gears yet. I have a feeling the price on that's going to drop. Level 6 gears is a good place to chase a stat once you're maxed out because it's damage. Yeah, so work your strategy here. Your goal in the Kingdom's Arms race is to increase an area specifically so you can get into the gold. If you're needing the gear, go after the gear stuff. I did, and believe it or not, Cake 410 is. I right now have 2 offers from the second and third alliance to merge with my C26 that took them hostage. I took that kingdom hostage with the C26. And now they want to merge. What they want is a personal trainer, I think, but I don't work that way. Keela turned around, came over to my alliance, learned how to build up her account, and the 3 biggest accounts, she was a 31 and he was a 36. She took the hit. She killed 1 million troops off of them. And that made those guys that was an ego crusher there, and it changed the tone a little bit. And I had to keep reining her back in. I was like, all right, don't go killing everybody. We don't want. Just be patient, build this stuff up to where you can handle this, to where the argument is more painful for them than it is for us. Yeah, it's gonna change. The next step in 410 is to get involved with an alliance there and lead by example. The people on the outside that ran their mouths will just continue to run their mouths because the same people who are destroying K312 and we're trying to destroy K362 are advising the people in 410 on how to screw with me. And they're taking that advice. And they're being told they beat me everywhere else. And they haven't won yet. Their little troll alliance in K362 can't even get enough troops to kill a bunny rabbit right now. So it's their definition of winning. I don't know what it is. We didn't want it to be there, and we didn't want this way to go around it. But I'm not opposed to it. I am opposed to it. I will see it through. Yeah, once they meg you, yeah, that's awesome. You kill more troops at once. Yeah. For the guys in 410 that watch, I put on a crazy show on purpose. And that's to draw the crazy out of you, just to reflect it back at you. I'm reasonable, always have been. Once the fight's done with me. It's born and bred a country boy. I can knock the piss out of my buddy and buy him a beer 5 minutes later. It works that way, and not feel hateful about it. The and know that he doesn't feel hateful about it. It's just everything's territory and gangland and got to be right now, and you can't compete without running your mouth. Someone thinks that trash talking is an effective weapon, and I've never found it saved anybody's life yet. So what are we doing for points event today? More airship upgrades. Oh my, did I pay attention? I should have run the catacombs. I'll bet that guy passed me. Sure did. That cost me some airship XP. Just squeaked by me. All I had to do was click a button a couple more times. Alright. Well, shit happens. You can now reset the mines. Well, maybe that's only on 3. On level 3, after an hour and a half, you can reset your mines to gather some quick loot if you need to. Yeah, the guys in 312 got caught doing a backroom deal with another kingdom during KVK. They showed up late to the first KVK and let the entire kingdom get destroyed. And then they had the only 5 castles with troops left in the kingdom. And from that day forward, they put their foot down on everybody to stay ahead. And then because I was shooting video stuff and I was actually in that alliance, I knew they were conspiring against the Mom Alliance. And I was shooting videos, and I caught them on video, and I wrote an article up about it and exposed them for. It's called the treason of K312. That was their plan on how to get bigger castles, was to be so big that everybody had to give them tribute, and then they would go out in KC and run these. You violated this, you did that, and we're going to destroy your alliance, and then just burn an alliance for 2 weeks. It was always an excuse. So we didn't want that situation spawning in 362, and I shut that down early because I was there every day. In 410, the same situation started spawning up there. I wasn't there every day to shut it down early. and that's because you've got to have one person that will stand up and say no. No one knows that. I just, yeah, no one knows what they were trying to prove about it either. That's the sad part. And to have 7 months dedicated into defeating me, I would think after 7 months of me mentally, verbally, and physically kicking your ass, you'd kind of take a note. This ain't working. The it just I know how people think, and I knew in the that us being silent in 362 was driving them nuts. The everybody on the news talks about how we interrogate prisoners. I can tell you how 98% of a terrorist break. I bring a break big guy in the damn room. I set a pail of water at the end of the table, and he stares at him for 8 hours till he coughs up all the information. Never touches the guy. They literally break in silence. Same thing happened in 362. I just stared him down till they confessed. Did it through a video game. Would have never thought that had worked. I was like, really? The psychology of that worked so well it worked through the video game? I was totally amazed. There's replays on this. It'll be up there. Yeah. Man, I got so little gold. I don't know if I can pour it. I got enough to pour it out of the forest or not. Barely. That is one thing, and there's something to look at there too, is what you leave in your store, especially during the Kingdom of Arms race. Uh, since we're talking about that, having speed ups and other stuff in that store for people to buy is clickbait. The Make them buy the things they need to participate in events. Airship ability resets, Fortress teleports to come home, Lord talent resets, the big airship the little ones for doing just one offs. But I mean that does the everythings. And miss anything? But don't put these speed ups in there. Lord redeems. Yeah. Damn, I'm 2,000 short. That'll happen. This is absolutely true, Matt Hatter. And that's why we put on the show the way I do. The yeah, and I knew dealing with that crew that their modus operandi was to run their mouth, and so I just stir them up enough to get them to run their mouth, and then when they quieted down, I go in there and stir them up again. Yeah. But they were sitting there going, "You're not giving us terms." Oh yeah. Depends on C30. T9s are powerful, Coldson. They're stronger than the T10s. T10's a defense tier. But yeah, the very first videos of our UACs and stuff out there, me and Lily are like C28s kicking the crap out of C32s. Yeah. Don't put the Alliance Hospital down. I stuck it down in my Alliance because we knew we would be popping in and out of UAC, and we were afraid a few ACs, a few of our littles that just joined the Alliance, wouldn't have the resources, the hospital capacity to handle it because they're new. Normally, I train up, get your hospitals built up. It improves your sanctuary, and it improves your ability to get things out of sanctuary faster. The more hospital capacity you have, the faster troops come out of sanctuary. So it's just not a place to avoid dealing with. Yeah, Alliance Hospitals will hold up the mergers. They sure damn will. The funny thing is, if you do the math, it's cheaper to buy new troops than it is to get them out of the Alliance Hospital. The Alliance Hospital was a two patch fix. They were stopgapping something at the time, and somebody explained to me why they put it in, and then it became deprecated because they added the sanctuary. I'll tell you, if you're building a new alliance in a new kingdom, Alliance Hospital is probably a pretty good idea. Kind of traps people in your alliance, gets them, and that's a good way to teach them to donate for your research so they can get their troops out. It gets them in the habit every day. So it's a good habit former. Hospitals and military camps versus RSS on me. Oh, I'll just show you my setup. I got squat for RSS. I got 3 food, 2 wood, and then I maxed out my iron. And then I got 5 silver. And this setup is enough for me to cook a full batch of troops. So if I gotta go in here, I've earned enough out of that to cook a full batch of troops. The hold on, that's not a full batch. 27 to 22, that's a full batch. And then I'm building T9 right now. You are never going to get ahead with this stuff in the inside. So get your military camps up, cut down on speeders that you use, get your hospitals up, cut down on the RSS that you use, and when things roll over to the sanctuary, you'll get them out of there faster. See, so like my sanctuary is 12,200 per hour. That's because my hospitals are empty. It's hard for people to give up on what they built. You got to understand that's a mental connection, Rex. People fall in love with the things they build digitally, and there's an emotional attachment there. You got to remember you're asking them to throw something away. It's human nature to desire property. You're born with it. A child comes out, walks around in the room, mine, 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 mine. It's built right into the DNA. The You got to remember that you have to physically think that even with the logic of how it's cheaper to throw them away, you're trying to overcome an ingrained instinct to possess things. Sanctuary is two things. Sanctuary is based off your subscription. And if you don't have subscription while you're trying to grow, frankly, folks, that is right now. Smugglers is good too. I run Smugglers and subscription. The subscription gives you double your sanctuary. Plus, you get the little bonuses now on the daily deal. And then, like I just got 2,000 hours of material on here. So, I'm just about all orange on that. That's good to clear. And we'll do that. It's a method I teach in one of the videos about hiding power in sanctuaries. Is we'll let the sanctuary fill up and just kind of keep them off the map, and it looks like you're weak when you're not. So it's one of the reasons we threw it down last minute. It was we were afraid somebody might get caught off guard, and I'm glad to hear that they actually did save somebody some troops. I had that happen in Kingdom 312, where they and because the KE was coming around, and that's where you get people stuck in these small alliances, and these guys aren't thinking about that. They stuck down in the hospital. They got troops in the hospital. You're beating on them every 2 weeks. Well, it takes them a month and a half to get everything out of the hospital. The so crap, you know. And at some point, I'm going to wind up making the hard choice of destroying that hospital with somebody's troops in it, because I can't leave it laid down there accidentally collecting somebody else's troops. And I know that within 4 weeks we're hosting KVK, so it is definitely not going to be down when KVK comes down. Anybody has the Alliance Hospital down during KVK, that's a disaster. You cannot have that happen. Yeah, there's a time limit on that Cold Sun. You get them in the habit of donating, that's fine, but then you don't want them using that because it costs them more to get out of there. Their alliance funds are no longer being used for their growth. Their alliance funds are being used to get back something they can get for free in the sanctuary. The sanctuary is free. The alliance hospital costs. I will tell you, any kingdom that is not running a Sunday only KE is a kingdom that's in chaos and will stay that way. You cannot have these. There's two schedules for the kingdoms. One where the KE is on the UAC weekend, the another one where the KE is on the KVK weekend. Now, K410 and K362 are on the KVK weekend. So you don't want anybody getting hurt because you need them for KVK. So it makes it a little easier for people to understand to do that. But the I don't give a damn about you doing well in UAC thought that comes in those other kingdoms, again, that's what you brought to the table with that mentality. So it's any kingdom that's not running a Sunday only KE is in chaos. But inter-kingdom KEs are going to change that. It gives you an enemy outside the kingdom to deal with. It's a no-loss event. So people's accounts are going to start swelling. I mean, we're thinking 3 and 4 million troops is a lot now. I'll bet you inter-kingdom KEs are over, a month and a half, 2 months out, we're going to be seeing 10 million, 12 million troops in a castle. I have all my light gems. I got light gems on farms. Yeah, Rex, international date lines cause problems. Always somebody who doesn't understand that the date line is there. The the reason for the KE is KE and NAP is NAP and NAP means no scouting is to stop provoking. The you got to have the rule so simple that there's no way in hell you didn't understand it, and also so simple that it cannot be lawyered. The Now the purpose for the Sunday only nap, if you're on those KVK weekends, if you're in a kingdom where the KVK and the KE's on the same weekend, and they're targeting people who fell asleep in a long KVK, well, at that point, they're just using the rule to be a scumbag. Don't tolerate it. It's not what the rule was put there for. The rule was put there to protect the kingdom's business. The kingdom wants buffs. The kingdom wants 300% build troops. The kingdom wants 60% freaking faster gathering. You want all those things. You've got to have the power to get them. The WW event hack that went out viral through us is going to be a disaster for this game. The downhill console, you got C16s in light gems right now. Well, they didn't offer it there. Yeah, everybody thinks it's about money loss, but there's a game imbalance in here now that's just absurd. The Exactly. If I hadn't been busier this week, all my farms, I'd had all 18 of my farms in light gems. Yeah, I just didn't have time to log anything on. The Would have been good to have a farm that could take a hit. But I mean, the point, it's one of those things where get it when you can get it. I get that, but it's not much different than the LA riots. I mean, there's the excuse. Let's smash down the business and take what we want. There are consequences to this many people suddenly having this much increased stat power at the wrong level. The game is not designed to skip around. That's why when you buy more, it costs more. Yeah, when it went viral, that's when it screwed it out. The I first thing in the morning, I said, everybody, I'm not going to put it out. And then somebody literally went from my room where we were talking about it and commented on one of the videos. And within a half an hour, I saw that video go shooting up in the trend just based on the comment. And so I went ahead and did the WWE video to demonstrate it directly. And then that just shut the deal on it. And I also mailed two of the bigwigs over at GeoFun Plus and said, "Look, I got a fix for this. The because I know this is bad for the game. It's not that I don't want people to have free stuff. It's just it's not stuff you earned. Uh, the GOG lost $7 million on that error." And I will tell you that in a company like that, the primary goal now is how to get that $7 million back. So I can tell you that you saw it the next day. The $4.99 troop training packs were gone. They went straight to the $9.99 ones in the special deal store to start recouping money immediately. They spent months planning this. There's money exchange between the brands. To have that kind of a screw up that big, they expected that when they bought licensing from WWE to get some of that money back from this event. For you to buy stamina packs, you're supposed to buy stamina packs and training packs, and that's what was supposed to get them their money back. And then you got them for free. So those 15, you were supposed to be able to get those things at a discount, but you were supposed to get them not for free, but for about a third on the dollar. And that's how they were planning on paying for the event. And it just, once that went out, it was $7 million got lost because WWE ain't going to refund their logo money. What else we got, guys? Yeah, I don't know how long I did this for. That's not my computer. It's really screwed with my bandwidth. I'm actually pushing for a new game. Uh, I want to take the coining portion of it into the tournament style and the growth portion of it into competition style. So the uh, there's it's in discussion. There is a really good solid strategy game built in KOA and GOG. There really is. There's so much more that can become of it. And if they just didn't treat their customers as cash registers and treat their game like it was a casino slot machine on how to optimize every penny at every moment, they would have broadened the base a long time ago, and this $200 million game would probably have been $1 billion game overnight. They're too tunnel visioned on the now dollar, and that typically comes from investors. There's a whole bunch of projects over the years that I've just walked away from just as soon as I met the investor. The guy walks in with a checkbook and wants to be the engineer, and just freaking hit the brakes, Jack. I ain't even wasting my time. Oh, 45s are coming. Yeah, none of us doubt 45s are coming. SK doesn't mean anything now. You stay on that shooting gallery, and I promise you, master is pretty easy. The only SK gear that's worth anything is a chest piece. I don't know if you saw my gear there, but I don't run the masterpiece. I own it. I don't run it. Good OG. Yeah, they're going to release 45s. They're copying the strategies that all the other games did, and no one is looking at why did they do it, or the fact that it didn't work. When they started just raising levels in World of Warcraft, the most popular online play game, it didn't increase their profits. Matter of fact, the BC release, they lost money when everybody could jump to level 70. Man, I get suckered in the freaking New World. I spend gold there I should not spend. But I use New World for testing too. I get an hour in there where I can hit castles and and just spend gold and reset. So I run my Master 2 because they've been stingy on tools lately. But I run my SK5. I have my Master 2, and the reason being is if you look at the Master, I don't need 113% artillery defense. So I would rather have the 81% troop health instead. So that's what I'm trading off. So I'm 20 points down on my other stuff, but I don't care. Troop health is that big of a stat. I tell you what, Sean, we were talking about that with Esquay earlier today. That's absolutely right. I would gladly buy a C-29 skin. I like the way that castle looks. I hate my ugly ass castle. That's funny. Yeah. I got no say over freaking Joker's territory. That Joker's got to deal with that. Yeah, the that's one of the things we were talking about for places for people to be in the market of online gaming. So when they're talking about the kids being paid $3 million to play the game, you've got to have an industry behind that that is not solely focused on the gaming company. Without a supporting industry, it will, you know, it might as well be flag football. No one's going to watch. The and we were talking about that, the like maybe bring a graphics artist into Rogers Raiders to where somebody could build you your digital tattooed icon. That's just yours. You pay $49 for it, but it goes with it becomes your gaming tag. You pay for it, it's yours, it's your artwork, it's built the way you want to, and it just becomes your tattoo on digital gaming. And that I think people will pay for that. I can't do it. I've got zero artistic ability. But I've got a 500,000 people going through the system. I'm sure there's somebody out there that wants one. I'm sure there's somebody out there that wants the artwork printed up so they could put it as an actual tattoo, as well as their online gaming. It is, yeah. Master Zero beats SK5. But the reason I got the SK5 chest is because of the artillery stat versus the troop health. Yeah, so when you're building your master gear, your boots come first. That's your biggest stat jump is your master boots. Your second's going to be your ring. And then you're going to go to your Saban. Yeah, this is being DVR'd. It'll be on the website, Brittany. I don't know if you're going to want to sit and watch 5 hours of it though. Mm, that's a toss up. Depends on what you're doing. Let's look what's on the hat. That's health, defense, health, troop attack, which is a nice stat. But you get distance attack, cavalry attack, and infantry attack on the Saban, plus more troop defense. So, the I call that a really good tower setup. Yeah, but it would depend on what you're doing. If you're doing a lot of solo hits, then I would listen to Koji. I'd go into the high health, the troop attacks, and the health ones. The they're all important and they actually go quick. It I didn't have to coin my master set. It just kind of happened. But I do my stuff every day too, so yeah, coin over there. That's because we've been insta gathering in their territory and they know it. Yeah. What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, I was trying to get out of the stinking forest, wasn't I? I'll get on here and buy some gold. It's just I'm not going to do that while I'm online with you guys. All right, so make sure I touch some green lines so I get my gather bonuses. All right. Well, guys, seems like we hit a wall here. So I will give some more thought into the strategy portion of it because that seems to be what everybody wants to get in, and that's the fun part for me anyway. So we can go down some rabbit holes with that stuff. Uh, but setting up your communities, you're gonna have to draw lines and just right from wrong. Realize that people bring that stuff into the game. It was there before they turned the game on. The game didn't cause it. It's not repeating over and over and over again because that's the way it is. It's repeating over and over again because the good people don't want to deal with it. They're not logging on after work to deal with some 12-year-old who's running his mouth. Somebody's going to have to be the one that deals with it if you want that to go away. Look at these clever names. Cunt Rat. This new C2 castle span stuff is fun. And they've been warned about it in 3.12. They did it in 3.12 too. They were warned about it. Problem is, moderators got no power in this game. If you see, they've got no, they don't know it's the same accounts. So you get the benefit of the doubt. But if you see the same activity, you don't get no benefit of the doubt from me. Yeah. You're doing the exact same thing in 3 different kingdoms. So why do you think I don't, that I'm going to ignore it? Because you think there's some technicality. Yeah. Just going to put my foot on you. If I can't do it, I got guys in my alliance who can. I'm not even the strongest in my own alliance. I'm like number 4. So, yeah. But I'm pretty strong. Pretty healthy looking bunch of guys for a young kingdom. All right, guys. I am going to stop this. I appreciate everything you guys did. Don't forget to subscribe over at Esquays as well. Don't forget to subscribe with me. I appreciate the enduring long time. And I actually enjoy doing this. So we'll schedule something else up out there, and the next time, tell more people. We'd like to see a big sticking number, and if we might be able to do something where if you can get an alliance on at a time, I'll schedule a time that's good for your alliance. We'll broadcast it live to everybody, but it'll be about what you guys want to learn to do within your own alliance. We could go through that. So we could bring it down to a learning experience from everybody, but focus it on what you want to learn. All right, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you.